All right, howdy folks. How's everybody doing? Let's see, what did I want to bring up here? There we go. Sorta. Why is it making me so small? Whatever. Yeah. Let's go flying. What do I want to do here? Right, I want to go to LBG. I want to try something out. I could have gone to Larnica. Doesn't really matter. Anyway, who we got in chat? And everybody, I hope you can hear me fine. Hey, Reflective Reality Sim, welcome aboard. Flying Gizmo, Snooper89, welcome aboard. Let's crank that engine, indeed. Hey, Amy, how you doing? Pilsnerish as well, of course. Welcome, welcome. Metal, indeed. Quass, welcome aboard. Can't wait to see what you fixed. I might have fixed something. I might have broken some other stuff. Captain Zap, hey, how are you doing? Gnome Gemini, or Gnome Gemini the last, welcome aboard. Magus, how are you? Luke 1549, Snurd 9334. Hang on, I pushed the wrong button here. That's the one I want. And let's not reposition, and let's just go. I'm gonna figure out my stupid camera later. Amy from Q400 XP, indeed the only one. Why did I minimize you? I minimized the wrong thing. That's the one I wanted to bring up. Hey, Dirac, Bjorn Even, HD Simulation, Chop and Drop, Ocean Tsunami, Jova from Phrasen. Let me check the audio levels here so I'm not blowing everybody's ears out. Seems to be roughly okay. What do you people think? Is this okay? It seems to be. Cool. I guess, looking forward to the stream TCAS RA. Hope you're gonna have fun. Let's go ahead and shove this thing closed. Jack can't take any April Fools and kick me from the Discord. What an ask. My. Hey, Whizball. How are you? Anyway, what did I want to do here? Right. So I think we're okay here. I'm just gonna probably don't have more or less. Is this? Yeah, it's the current database even. How the hell did that happen? Must have been an accident. And let's pick. What runway are we on? 30. 30. Yeah, whatever. Whatever kind of a departure I can get, I'm gonna take. Yes. And sure, let's go with that one. Yes, stop figuring at me, airplane. Arrive at, was the one that I took last time, like ILS T6. Sure. Give it just a bunch of stuff there to fly. And we are going to be 1.5 for temperature. And we're going to fly up to like, I don't know, 8,000 or something. Execute. Got enough fuel. We just need to initialize the fuel on the FMS. Loc will be tuned. That's understood. That's just because I've got manual tuning in here. And so it's just letting me know that's going to retune the localizer for me because I'm within approach range of the localizer. There it goes, and message is gone and has retuned the localizer. Cool. Sync this up, and we're gonna do a quick perf for takeoff. All of that is looking good. I'm happy you got enough runway. And yeah, get the bleeds open, get the packs going, that stuff, all the other stuff, emergency lights, beacon nav, and rock and roll. Is there a way to turn off the labeling? Click to sit. Yes. A hat trick. It's under user settings here, I think under miscellaneous. No, hang on. It will be user interface. High panel pop-ups. No, hang on. was the option? Nope, not that one. I'm a real professional, you can tell. Because I started the engines while not looking at the panels at all. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, show on-screen hints. There you go. So yes, this is the checkbox you want. Cool. Here we go. Start the other engine up. Thank you for the episode. Oh, glad you like it. Sim for fun. Often watching it come together. Yep. Alrighty. So you're gonna go like this. Takeoff, takeoff. We got N1 takeoff. This I'm gonna roll up to 200, thereabouts, and we are rolling away, of course, like a pro. Set like 8,000 in here, whatever. That'll be our climb, and I'm gonna arm nav. It's yelling that it wants the generators on, so we're gonna give them, do the thing, and we're actually gonna fly without the APU on, so like that, and that. Cool. Close enough. Configured for engine bleed. I also have the FS Labs 320 series Superior. Yeah, it could be. Whole replenishment system to be in 3D. Be very cool. Yes. Let me just set up my yoke here, or a stick, or whatever I have. And I'm teeny tiny in the window here, so let me fix that real quick. Base cam unlock. I want to go like that. Relock you, and I'll make the X-plane window wider. There we go. Cool. It's almost like I know what I'm doing. And just stand by for 1 sec. I gotta check one thing. Okay. Should be fun. So, brakes off. We're gonna set flaps 20. We got steering on. We've got trim about where we need it. Let's go try it out. Good stuff. ATS on. We're looking for 90.3. And there we go. Close enough for government work. I don't know why it's pulling to the left here. V1. Rotate. Gear up. What are you yelling about? Shouldn't be. Might have retracted a little bit early, but whatever. Hope it's not feeding through into my mic. It is a little bit. There we go. Okay, so we're on nav. Yoke, flaps up, go flight level change, and curious if there are pilots outside view and driver passenger in the future. Yes, eventually, yeah. Check this out. Any changelog? The changelog will be published with the release. Signal mode acquisition. GNSS 1. And I can actually look at GNSS2 on the other as well here. GNSS2 also in acquisition mode. The update coming soon? Reasonably soon, yes. So you saw me take off, and I lost GPS signal. Service-based failures. There's going to be some random failures for the I know people want them for, so we will take care of that. So we had a GNSS fail. What would happen if I descended back down? Your flight level change from initial V pitch, even if you rolled the speed all the way up, still tends to pitch up to 15 degrees. Why? Well, when you roll the speed up, the autopilot will pitch back down. But since you are accelerating, the autopilot starts picking the nose up, because presumably at that kind of a power setting, you are still able to maintain a fairly high nose up attitude. So that is why, because you're still accelerating. It won't dip the nose hard down. The autopilot is tuned to be smooth, so if it sees your speed climbing rapidly, it will start bringing the nose up, even though you're still not at 250. It's a question of balance, right? Come on, let's go down a little bit faster. Related streamer demonstrating GPS jamming. Yes, pretty much. So, still GNS is not available. We're probably going to have to go down to, like, I don't know, 1,500, 2,000, something like that. Unable next altitude, I know. There's an altitude constraint there. Doesn't matter. We'll keep this on GNSS control. How does it determine? Come on, airplane, get down. Get down. So it was like around here, typically about 1,500 feet, you'd be okay.
2,500.
Maybe. Let's see. Oh yeah, we should be more or less okay. There we go. GPS signal has been reacquired. So, how does it determine that? Well, I've built a little tool for that. And I've basically created a hand-curated list of essentially random GPS jammers around the world. There's a reason why I spawned up here at Ben Gurion. It's because I wanted to simulate, you know, the occasional military operation here. It'll be a manual landing, because that's when I fail most, because the vertical axis being pretty nervous. What do you mean pretty nervous? But yeah, anyway, so yeah, there's basically a randomized list. It's downloaded on the fly from my server. So it's basically a hand-curated list. It's sort of roughly where there's reports of occasional GPS jamming happening. Talking about unannounced GPS jamming. What do you mean still not supported? IVAO has been supported. This version 1. What do you mean IVAO not supported? Which part of IVAO is not supported? Sensitivity of the vertical axes. I mean, if you're, you know, up 280 knots, then I suppose, but you slow down to approach speeds and you bring my speed down. Oh, lovely. Somebody is grilling. Of course. Walking in an apartment. Are we able to add our load locations? No. ITG bus. Altimeter reporting. That is fixed in version 1.5 that's already out. It does detect IVAO and it should be able to work with it. I think it's already fixed in version 1.5. I can actually check. Maybe, maybe not. Hang on. Altitude and POSCON. Oh no, actually that came out. That's going to be in version 1.6. Browns. So let's bring in some flappage. Does GPing jamming always can it spoof? No, currently I only simulated jamming, not spoofing. So let's go to like approach speeds, roughly thereabouts, 160 knots. And yeah, flaps 30 gear. And so you can see my flight control inputs. Where's my control deflections? That's teeny tiny inside of X-Plane, of course. But I mean, how much is too much? I mean, this is the amount I have to push on it to get large movements out of it. Generally, you would fly fairly small deflections. So, I don't know. What's the hardware that I use? I use a Thrustmaster T16000 joystick. If this is, you know, not enough, if it's your controls are not able to provide, you know, a accurate deflection, I guess, within plus or minus 1/10 of deflection range. This is about 1/10 of deflection range. Question for the public: will GPS jamming be user selectable option? No, it is. It will be there no matter what. So I can check on my side and adapt to this. Which plugin is it? I don't know which plugin you're talking about there. So yeah, no, it's not a user selectable option. Same thing as the altimeter simulation, except, well, the altimeter is only plugin to show the deflection of control surfaces. It's part of stock X-Plane. It's developer show control deflections. And if you have trouble with, you know, it being too sensitive, you can always just go in here, go and, I don't know, add a response curve and make it like, I don't know, something like that. And then you're going to have to put in quite a bit. So in this case, I've added quite a lot of stiffness to the thing. It's not showing on here, but I'm like, let's say one quarter deflected on the pitch axis to get this kind of movement. Yes, it's a hand-curated list. Let's see, no, not that one. I want to go into settings, and that one, clear the response curve. I want it fully linear. Yeah, there we go. Getting back into Challenger lately.
Too low, terrain.
Yeah, it's a little bit pissed off at me. Alrighty, autopilot. Can we capture nav? Not like this, so like that. And let's go ahead and accelerate. Gears coming up. actually. Vertical speed. Flaps 20. And flaps up. So, you got a simulation here of behavior that Intel FX was complaining about. That, what did you say, that it still pitches up to 15 degrees? Well, you see at this weight, and currently it's trimming down hard. It's trying to put the nose down, but it has to trim slowly. Ah, there we go. 3,000 feet about. There. And you can see even at nose up almost 50 degrees, we can still accelerate. So it obviously has to, you know, put the nose up fairly high to stop myself from accelerating flight level change, because flight level change is quite brutal. Does it update over time? Sorry for asking this. Yes, the list is being updated. Yeah, I do that. I add stuff in, remove stuff out. If it will be there no matter what, how does it get information? Yeah, I already mentioned that it's downloaded from my server. So, that is the exciting new stuff, I guess. And so now that I am in a GPS denied area, let's see, how do I get back onto an approach leg? Go bring up lower format. I can go direct Rabin. I'll just go direct Rabin, execute. There we go. And since we're now in GPS denied areas, next project maybe CL800. Probably not. What'd I miss? Not much, Palm. FLC climb is almost like putting in max climb and lighting up the burners on a Concorde. Could be. Perhaps. So yeah. So now that we are GPS denied, you're going to have to watch this. Your estimated position uncertainty. The system is still using NavAid or VOR DME and DME DME aiding or corrections. It's currently in DME DME IRS navigation mode. That means it's basically using the inertial reference system as a position source primarily, and then using DME DME corrections for positional updates. And you can even watch it do it right here. And so if I zoom right out, really far out, you can see the world around me, and it's using a couple of DMEs on here, like making it really big. To these DMEs here, KAD and BGN, to do DME DME corrections. Also using BGN by itself for VOR DME corrections, but those are lower precision. And these dashed lines out here are the declared positional accuracy of the respective position. So IRS1 position is here, IRS2, IRS3. These are unaided inertial positions. Then we've got our corrected IRS positions are these diamonds. And if we look, let's see, we don't have computed positions for corrections at this time. Or no, we do. It's this here, this magenta DME DME here jumping around is roughly where the DME DME computation is giving us an answer. So the airplane doesn't receive a constant DME positional update, well, more or less, but the nav radios only transmit the DME measurements in about 1 second intervals. So the airplane or the FMC computes the update about once a second and then computes a difference vector that it says, okay, I'm here at this time, I'm right here somewhere, you know, here, 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 here. And for each of these positions, it then computes a delta vector from the IRS position and stores that. That's the corrected IRS position. That's right here for each of the 3 inertial reference systems. And then finally, the FMS position is basically a mix of these 3 IRS corrected positions. What did the old Learjets use for INS, or was it strictly slant whiskey? I have no idea. Level system input in this baby still. I don't understand all the systems. Yeah, I don't know, maybe. And so for each of these positions, you'll see these dashed lines around it. What those are the 95% probability of being, of basically the confidence that the FMC has for each of these positions. So say for instance, the corrected IRS positions, these are like coded magenta, green, and yellow. And they are, if you look on here, they're a little bit hard to see against the blue background of the water. Once we get over ground, they're going to be a little bit easier to see. And so the airplane basically thinks that, or the FMC thinks that the airplane is with 95% probability somewhere within this ring. Now, we know exact position here. This is a study screen, right? So it's just for our benefit, for our analysis. The FMC does not know its true position. So it thinks the FMC has a certain amount of confidence in the position, and the final mix of the position is basically a slight mix of all three, which is slightly more accurate than all the three individually. So that's the black ring around here. So the airplane, that's basically your EPU, or your estimated position uncertainty. So from here to here, it's about 0.15 miles. Or whatever, and that is the EPU value you see here. So the airplane is with 95% confidence, it thinks that it's within 0.17 miles of the indicated position. Yes. Yes. The satellites are only used, as an augmentation system here, or rather as a corrections input. And you'll see right now we don't have a DME. Oh no, we do actually have a DME solution. So that one's primarily the thing driving us. But if you look on the DME solution, it's this. Let's see, where is the DME solution? Accuracy. Your DME is 0.02. Which one of these? So these outer rings for sure here are the purely inertial solutions out of the IRSs. So where's... I know it's actually mixed in here. Okay, so that's one of these is the DME solution. That's the one jumping around. The DME is way more accurate than VOR. Interesting. DME, yes, it can be. Primarily because of the fact, Oh, if you want the picture here with the geopolitical layer. Let's go like this. Go to map symbols, and you swap out on the geopolitical map. There you go. That's your geopolitical map. Alrighty. So, let's go and let's go ahead and bring us in here. Top of descent is 12 miles away, so we've still got some time to talk. Even our cell phones use a similar system, and cell towers and Wi-Fi signal disparity against satellites. Yes, Uruia. Cell phone location is somewhat less accurate than GPS, obviously, but you can within a couple of 100 feet or meters, you typically can get your position. And DME. One of the things is DME largely doesn't degrade with distance. That's why DME is preferred for position corrections, is because one of the problems is basically the VOR. The further away you are from a VOR, VORs are essentially constant angle error. Like, I don't know, plus or minus 1 degree is roughly a VOR typically. And so obviously when you're 100 miles away, that absolute distance error is much larger than very close by. Whereas DME largely does not degrade over distance. It's a UHF, a very high frequency propagation signal. See right now it's retuned DME to a different candidate. And it's actually already acquired the lock, so that was pretty quick. DME candidates are listed right here, and the FMC picks which ones are the best occasionally and then retunes to them. Can you believe our cell phones have a small IRS in them? It's not a full gyro, but it's a little blob of mercury that acts as an accelerometer. So that's pretty normal. It's actually not that expensive to make these days. So does this thing, by the way. This thing is essentially a kind of attitude and attitude reference system in ARS, not an AHRS, but an ARS is in here. And you can also bring up a study window for that. So it's INS ISI state. So that's the integrated standby instrument. It also has a set of gyros and a set of accelerometers. and it uses the information about your movement to determine true attitude. And the problem is, the accelerations tend to kind of mess with that pretty hard. So you need to be able to basically work around that. My IRSs are a little bit scuffed because I've kind of been reloaded and repositioned here, so I'm just going to do a quick pokey realigning here. There we go. Let's see, what did I want to do here? Right, I wanted to authorize the descent on BNAV. BNAV, arm, okay, and we're going to go to like 2,000 roughly. Start decelerating. So yeah, we are, actually, did we get GPS signal? No, we didn't. It says EPU within 0.02 nautical miles. How did you get that accurate? Just radio nav. Did we momentarily get... Wow, that's... Must have gotten pretty lucky. Okay, thanks to DME, we got some pretty close, pretty good stations locked in here. For it to think that we're within... And hang on, that's the error. Figure of merit is 0.2. Why are you telling me? Oh, right, I know why. I realigned the INSs, and the INSs themselves, they reset their inertial accuracy back to a very high level. Yeah, it's because I realigned the IRSs here. Yeah, it's creeping back up. It's using, as usual, using a Kalman filter. Ta-da! And of course, also the corrections Kalman filter. So it does a second order Kalman filter for just the positional corrections. You can see the updates coming in from the DME system. And these then get filtered into the actual position info. Let's see, can we actually fly this approach? I'm kind of messing around here. Kind of being a bit of an idiot. Let's go to 180 knots. Probably going in too fast. Oh. Get the flaps out, that'll slow us right on down. So here's a funny part about the standby instrument. The standby instrument is essentially a kind of little IRS, but it doesn't have position keeping. It's a little bit too inaccurate for that. You can see over here, let me just get my T. You can see over here the error accumulated in the instrument. So it's like off by, you can be off by a couple of degrees on the indication here from truth. And it essentially experiences the same sort of errors as you would have in a conventional mechanical attitude indicator. There we go. Let's go ahead and arm approach. Approach localizer, glide slope armed. There we go. Approach localizer, glide slope. Lovely stuff. Speed 160. Flap sturdy, gear down.
2500.
Random question: when you are on heading and then go direct some waypoint and arm nav, usual stuff. Sometimes there's no intercept and a new course form very different from your present course, which just arms nav and stays in heading mode. The procedure. In that case, you just turn it in manually. And in that case, you just go ahead and turn in the heading knob to where you need to be. And the usual wheelbarrow approach attitude of the Challenger, which means, you know, nose down and stuff. I don't even know what the field elevation here is. Oh crap, I didn't set up my navigraph, did I? Did I? Yeah, I might have, I might not have. Stand by, let me just quickly check. No I didn't. Beautiful. Is that expected? Yes, it does happen in a real thing as well. I just turn the knob to the desired course. It ends up very far from the predicted track. I usually have to go direct again. Just turn into the predicted track a little bit and it'll capture eventually. Don't worry about it. If I may ask another question, what do you think about PMDG and its toxic environment they are in? Do you like deleting legally bought stuff? I have no idea what you're talking about there. Definitely not going to talk about any kind of drama subjects. And approach. Sure, 1.5. And every professional computes this approach speeds on final, don't they? Yeah, sorry. No, I'm not gonna get into that kind of stuff. So yeah. And we should get GPS back pretty soon. Ah, there it is. EPU GPS 0.01. So yeah, it happens because we're in an area where occasionally you do get GPS jamming happening, unannounced GPS jamming. That's the sort of crucial detail. You'll notice if I bring this up. So these are not all the stations are active at every time. They're kind of randomized. So if I go ahead and go around again here.
Set go around thrust. Positive rate. Flaps 20. Go around thrust set. Gear up.
Okay.
Set FMS nav. Set FLC 200 knots. Flaps 20 indicated. Gear up indicated.
Sweet, N1TO. Press 200 knots. The source of the GPS-based jamming. GPS jamming based on. It's some ops documents I have from IATA about where typically GPS jamming would occur. Yeah, it's basically hand curated, but I don't have any kind of like confidential military information, obviously, and they do change, but there is some blogs and some posts from IATA, and I also have, you know, I've gathered personal experience from people that have flown in this neck of the woods, and they say that it does happen. Ah, neat. Nice map. I mean, that's for the Ukrainian area. But yeah. Or is it for more areas than that? Yeah, interesting. I do have areas for that part of the world, yeah. North of Norway along the Russian border. An interesting subject to model. Yes, we do simulate that as well. There's a vector missed approach. Oh, that's really rather boring. Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna go and get it on heading. We're gonna go up to a high altitude. And the size of this area, by the way, this is not a leading edge. Welcome, welcome, welcome. So the size of this area, you can see it growing. That, by the way, is not a fixed range. You can see I'm already jammed even though I'm outside of the ring. This is just an illustrative rough guess, and it, you know, need not represent exactly. It actually does proper radio propagation simulations. So if there's terrain that obstructs that jammer, then we will not be affected by it. And it also changes which jammer is closest and most powerful to us. It's actually indicated down here. The received power of the jammer is minus 103 decibels. Its EIRP is basically the transmitter power here. And we are 76 miles from the most dominant jammer currently that is affecting us. Now let's just go this way. Heading a 010, and you can go away. That's probably EC6. I mean, yeah, but yeah, I'm not going to talk about that. So let's go like, I don't know, 280. Okay, standard pressure. And here in IntelliFX you can see what I mean. Even though I'm still not at 280, the nose is not coming down anymore because I'm already approaching it pretty quick, so the airplane anticipates that this kind of a nose attitude is probably going to be enough to get me there. It's slightly lowered it just a little bit. Might come back up. And the whole thing is based on a balance of, let's see, AFCS, IAS PIT. So this is the PIT controller that is governing this. So this is the derivative rate, so how quickly we're approaching the number, and this is our proportional error, how much we need to still go. And so it's trying to keep these two in balance. And you see as we approach that, these are coming closer and closer together. So we're slowing down our approach, but at the same time we're already very, very close to the number that we want to be at. So while accelerating, the pitch is down once it hits the desired speed. It should, if anything, at that point you probably are already so high up that it needs to lower the nose just to keep the speed up. I mean, if you gave me a test case, that'd be easier to work with, but yeah, that's kind of the situation there. GPS uncertainty in the Israel region. 24 hours, GPS high, uncertainty. Yeah, it could be. So there's a page, let me find that quickly. I had it up on here somewhere. Next group, GPS outages hotspots. There we go. So let me bring that up. Almost. I should have brought up the browser as well. But it didn't. Okay, let me fix that then. That's the window I want. Yes, there we go. So, that's the website right there. One of the ones that I use as a source. And this is based essentially on IATA reports. And this is the primary heat map that I've used to generate roughly where the jammers are. Does the CL650 doesn't have fly-by-wire? No. And does it auto-trim? Because in some turn it holds the bank easily. So no, in manual flight it doesn't auto-trim. It's a conventional aircraft with conventional flight controls. It does trim while you're on autopilot, yeah. So, let me turn a little bit more to the right here. As I climb up, it basically sort of estimates roughly where the most dominant station is going to be. This guy here is fairly powerful, so he's going to have a very long range. Here's my fuel situation. Yeah, we got enough for another 2 hours of flying. So yeah, and there's other stuff where the jamming occurs. It's just, it isn't just here. There's jamming around Cyprus, southeastern Turkey, Iraq, Iran. There's also some jamming occasionally, yeah, on the Russo-Finnish border. There's some jamming obviously in the Ukraine area, and sort of sprinkled around throughout, you know, various other parts of the world. I've seen one. I put one jammer even in Mexico, and they're not active all at the same time, as noted before. So there's jammers here that are not active, and they are randomly active from time to time. They're roughly randomly active. Each one has a probability of being on or not, and yeah, that just depends on your, I guess, misfortune or whatever. But yeah, you gotta be able to adapt to unexpected GPS unavailability. I'm still working on adding NOTAM's GPS outages, or NOTAM GPS jamming. So those would be typical in the southwestern United States, where military occasionally does play around with their jamming kit. But those are NOTAM, so you're going to be able to basically plan around them if you read the NOTAMs. Haven't put those on yet though. Terrain off. Right, here's another detail. Terrain off. I've got terrain selected, but it says terrain off. And also, when I go and synthetic vision, SVS in op. That's another detail you got to plan for. The terrain off is probably slightly more important, and that's the fact that you do not have predictive terrain alerts here. So if I were to fly towards a mountain, the GPWS here would now not warn me. That's something that you have to keep in mind when you're operating in an area with no GPS coverage or with GPS denial. So even though I have terrain selected on, this would be terrain off, terrain on, but terrain not available here. So do keep that in mind. Let's in fact try that out. Are there any hills here? There are. Well, that'll be fun. Let's go to like 5,000 or something, maybe 4,000. I don't know how high the hills here are. Let's just play around with it. We're going to kind of time accelerate this thing forward so we don't have to wait for forever. I don't have my data display for frame rate, so that'd be neat. If I go up, yeah, 60 FPS. Look how quickly we come down. Oh, explain. Rendering that terrain there costs me 15 frames per second. Still streaming? Nobody talking in chat. You had so many questions before. Cool. So let's come on down. This thing on. About 5 guessing people will be interested to know that GPWS modes are dependent on GPS position and which are rattle based. Yeah. I mean, reflected reality sim, you're kind of making an assumption there that people. Oops, I punched my rudders. People care about knowing, or people know that GPWS has modes, which a lot of people don't know. Why does anything use raw GNSS at all? Well, that's because the GPWS is not made by Collins, it's made by Honeywell. So the Honeywell box needs high integrity position to give you terrain alerts, or terrain predictive, impact points. And, well, this is for demonstration of the LDDU region, yeah. And one of the problems is IRS or FMS positions can be significantly wrong by several miles, in fact. Traditionally, they could have been off by, you know, half a mile to a mile. Memory comes of I remember hearing of a report where, what was it, an aircraft got a JITWIS alert pull up because of spoofed GPS positions. And if you had low integrity positions, you could be off by like half a mile. In places like Innsbruck, that can be the difference between flying normally on the approach and being inside a mountain. If it actually has GNSS, then it won't be less accurate than GNSS. Yeah, but we don't currently have GNSS position. That's the trick. That's why it cannot give you terrain alerts. It can give you mode 1 alerts and mode 2, basically the mode 1 through 5 alerts, which are basically just based upon radio altimeter and predicted path, essentially. No, sorry, not predicted path. It's just based on radio altimeter and vertical speed and closure rate based on radio altimeter. But it cannot give you anything else. It cannot give you terrain predictions based on path crossing. So let's say we're going to go down to 3,500. Altitude select cap.
2,500.
And you can see, since this is conformal to the outside environment, we can see that we would definitely be going into mountains here. This is our true horizon, not the apparent one. Well, what's the difference between true and apparent? No. This is the true horizon. The apparent one will be one will look below you. What's your favorite place to fly Challenger into? Good question, I'm not sure. Some JITWIS will allow FMS position to be used as a backup service, but depends on whether the FMS position meets the data accuracy requirement. It's purely GNSS fed into the JITWIS system. Yeah, I've had a look, reflected reality sim, and in the case of the Honeywell JITWIS Mark 8, the one that we have on the Challenger, it's GNSS or nothing, or TCF and RCF and the terrain ribbon prediction, the path prediction, and terrain database prediction. So right now we are flying. It would start freaking out around here if we had GPS signal, but notice what happens when we start coming up above this hill, when the radio altimeter suddenly starts coming down real fast.
Too low, terrain. Too low, terrain. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up.
But no terrain display. And once we clear it, it'll be happy again. Well, now it's just ground proximity mode. It's our reduction.
Pull up.
Yep.
Pull up. Too low. Gear.
So this is the reason why
Terrain. Pull up.
the
Pull up.
why the terrain database was developed. That's the this is the difference between the ground proximity, the JITWIS and eJITWIS systems. eJITWIS has GPS capability, or rather has a high integrity position source, and has a terrain database on board where it's able to, you know, within plus or minus a couple hundred meters, determine your position and give you accurate terrain impact points. Now let's go on the other side of this hill, because I can see the jammer is basically behind us. What would happen if we go build the autopilot here?
One too low.
Go away.
Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Terrain. Pull up.
It gave me a pull up even though I was, you know, not going to hit anything. Just freaking out because of the radio altimeter. That's the gear horn. There we go. I'm going to descend here into this valley. Let's see what happens with the jammer. The jammer boy. Yes, 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 I know. Go away. Am I sufficiently inside of a valley here? Yeah, we should be. Still within sight of that jammer behind me. Damn it. Hang on, let me check. We might actually be peeking right at it. Yeah, it's coming right through this gap here. So, where could we go? We could go behind that mountain there. Let's try that. Or interact with stuff, more surprises stuff here. Yeah, let's go behind that hill there. See if we can finally obscure that stupid jammer. And if I was doing this with terrain aware mode, it would start freaking out because it would see my predicted path forward for about 1 minute, 60 seconds. We're flying high-low attack profile. There we go. There's one on our right here. There, we just unmasked the other guy.
1,000. Too low. Terrain. Terrain. Hold up.
That was radio altimeter. Cause it to freak out. Actually, if I flew on the other side of this, would I actually get out of the jammer coverage? And by the way, these cautions, Burdock profile of doing firefighting, CC. And by the way, you cannot disable these warnings. These are mode 1 through 5, radio altimeter based warnings, and those cannot be turned off on the JetWis. So even if I push this, it will not stop the radio altimeter based ones. There we go. We might be getting some GPS signal now. Have a look. There's still some guy peeking through on the right here. Just barely. Pull the breaker for the radio altimeter. That'd be not good. Am I gonna get my GPS signal back? No, it's still in acquisition mode. Let's go back down to 4,000. In a low level flying, I still want to do full fidelity tornado for DCS. Forward. Oh, come on. That kind of hill. I come down like this.
$1,000. Too low. Terrain.
Yeah, he starts yelling at me when I got below 1,000 feet. Kind of like an altitude alert. That's the gear horn. Obviously, I have my gear off. It's not really common for civilian jets to be flying below 1,000 feet with gear up.
Too low. Terrain. Terrain.
Oh, come on. Get out of here. I'm accelerate through this thing. Perhaps if I hug the mountain here, will finally get me out of range. Ah, there we go. See? I would drop from like -105 to -148 dB. Ah, damn it, it unmasked again. There we go, 147. 148. Yeah, okay. So that now we're outside of the coverage. We're outside of direct line of sight.
Terrain. Hold
Yeah.
up. Hold up.
And hello, who's there?
Terrain. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
I'm yelling at you. Thank you. And we've lost GPS again.
Too low.
Briefly unmasked. There's some reflection from the jammer again. Jammy boy. And masked again. I'm looking at this received power. Isn't helped by the fact that these are fairly mild little hills. What if I go on the other side of them? What if I go like this?
Terrain.
Hang on, it stopped me, didn't it? Yeah, okay. Thanks. Explain.
Terrain.
There we go. Now we got another one in front of us. Fuck my face. Less than 0 dB. Less than 1 times a reference. Yes. Only military flown airplanes, probably. This is more me sort of trying to demonstrate the mechanism here.
2500.
Let's go to 45-degree bank, sure. Now let's come down in altitude.
2500.
Hold up. Hold up.
2500.
Doke. There we go. Now we've masked behind the Earth, basically. Earth's curvature. Minus 125. We should get our terrain back here momentarily. Altitude aiding. Only 4 satellites being received. And there we go, navigation SBAS PA mode. Hey Matcha, how are you doing, my lovely? So yeah, now we do have terrain integrity. Like I'll keep turning like this, I should eventually get a predictive.
Caution,
There we go.
Caution. Terrain. Caution. Terrain. Caution. Terrain.
There, it
Caution,
predicts an
terrain.
impact right there.
Caution. Terrain. Caution. Terrain. Pull up. Pull up. Pull up. Pull
If
up.
I round out here,
Pull up. Pull up.
actually shifts the prediction more forward.
Terrain.
If I turn the other way,
Pull up.
this is the effect of high integrity position and prediction or information. It's able to predict both my trajectory and my position quite accurately. If I was just on a radio nav, it's just not accurate enough. Not guaranteed to be accurate enough anyway. So, let's come up. Not aware of any challenges that are engaged in low-level work. The military aircraft are transport, VIP, surveillance typically. And we are jammed now. Actually, we momentarily unjammed, and the jamming power is coming back up. So, probably gonna not acquire signal here. So, how far does this go? Let's go ahead and bring up the heading to like 270, somewhere about there. Heading And we're gonna go flight level change 255 up to, I don't know, something like flight level 350. Challengers. But here's the deal with the with GPS jamming and stuff. Is at low level it has fairly little reach because of terrain obstructions. GPS is a UHF signal. It's about 1.5 gigahertz. It basically means it's very, very sensitive to line of sight. As soon as you're behind any amount of terrain, or even things like obstacles, buildings, trees and stuff, will distort or significantly diminish the effectiveness of a UHF signal. It's basically the higher the frequency, the closer it is to behaving like light. So at very low altitudes, it's generally not a big deal, which is why the jammers typically have to operate at fairly high power to cover even a few miles. The jammers typically are concerned with drones, really. That's their primary target these days, is they're looking to disrupt drone operations and spying and stuff like that. But the problem is, the high power does not discriminate against targets. So when you're a civilian aircraft at very high altitude, far away, you're still being affected by it. I understand it's probably not going to happen. It would be so cool to watch you fly a real flight of BATSIM or something over a territory with jam GPS. You only have to be in BATSIM, but I guess there are more of them in Europe than in the U.S. Well, in the U.S., jamming only happens by the military, and that is NOTAMed. I need to implement parsing of FAA NOTAMs for that. Outside of the U.S., sometimes they are NOTAMed, obviously, but oftentimes they're not, because they are either part of an active military operation or part of any kind of, like, you know, operational security concern where they do not want to disclose the fact that they're jamming GPS, because that is also a very good sign for any adversary to go look there for interesting stuff. So if you have things like, you know, aircraft bases or staging grounds for any kind of operation, you're going to have a GPS jammer there so that in case anybody does catch wind of it, that they can't easily fly a commercial drone there and observe your movements. But at the same time, they don't want to announce ahead of time where they're going to be, because if it's a secret operation, you know, that'd be kind of telling your adversary that, hey, we're going to be doing something there, come look, or come, you know, bomb us or something. I will be your data links in anyways, helps pilots differentiate over friendlies from bandits. Yeah. LLBG, no, actually it won't happen every time Jehovah from freezing. These stations here, it depends on the date. Basically, I randomize these being active at roughly once a day. Well, exactly once a day. So on a given day they might be active, on a given day they might not be active. Yes, Intel FX, it has more entries in Europe and in Asia, because that's where it appears to be the most conflicts to be. Yeah. So how far do we have to get away from this? And I mean, it seems in these areas of the world, it seems the GPS jamming is sort of on the order of the day. So, yeah. I might tune it down a little bit, but I'll play around with it. We'll see. I do want to make it such that you still need to think about it, but not so, you know, not hugely annoying, I guess. By the way, you still will be able to align your IRSs using GPS on the ground, because Ben Gurion doesn't have a jammer right there, and at ground level these jammers are, you know, only a few miles really effective. So at most airports you'll still be able to receive GPS signal on the ground, so things like ships will generally not be affected by them. You know, ground vehicles, cars, things like that. You can still use your navigation system in your phone. It's more like just the aircraft that are being hit by it, because of the fact that they have direct line of sight at it from above. They're kind of like unfairly getting whacked, I guess. So if I time accelerate through here, so we get out a little bit faster. Let's get away, get away, get away. Cyprus, notably, apparently is a place where they do also suffer from this quite a bit. So yeah, when you're flying into Larnaca, don't expect to be able to use RNAV approaches easily. That's for like JDAM GPUs, right? The primary purpose of these jammers, JDAMs are capable of inertial guidance. I think it's primarily meant for things like commercial drones, to disrupt drone operators from being able to observe your stations. I was talking about, it would be very good to watch a real flight. An online ATC would actually be affected by a GPS outage to the point where you have to negotiate the controls or something like that. Yeah, potentially. Generally, though, I think from the airplane's perspective, unless you plan on doing an RNAV approach, which I think around here there aren't all that many RNAV approaches typically used. So let's have a look. LLBG, there might be some. You can probably more typical. There's ILSs up the wazoo. There does appear to be an RNAV, RMP. So there we are. Mach point at 35,000 feet. And let's see, let's just time accelerate, see how far we have to get out of the jammer's coverage, I guess. At about minus 108 dB, typically we will reacquire GPS signal for at least a few satellites. Perhaps not all of them, but at least enough to get us some sort of a navigational solution. Actually, we're already there, kind of. You can see that I'll be able to turn on synthetic vision. So synthetic vision does work. And we do not have terrain yet, because for that, we need to be in navigation mode. So the GPS will give you what they call altitude aiding. That's basically just an advisory position. 4 satellites technically is enough to... it's technically enough to give you a navigational position fix for the GPS system, but Collins has a requirement that before the FMS trusts the GPS position sufficiently, it has to have at least 5 satellites, and that's when it goes from alt aiding to navigation mode. Yes, that is essentially for integrity monitoring, to give essentially 2 separate solutions from, you know, from 4 satellite sets, and obviously you can't share all of them. So it requires at least 5 satellites before the FMS considers the position to be sufficiently good for navigation. If we go to progress here, you'll see it says still DME IRS, and if I bring up the study screen here, FMC position, it'll say GNSS no position currently for the. So this is the this is the FMC's point of view. So yes, it does know that yes, the GPS is sending out a position, but it doesn't have enough satellites available to be able to declare them enough for navigational purposes. So it's basically not trusting the position, but the synthetic vision system is a little bit more lenient. That is one of the reasons, by the way, why you're not supposed to be using this for navigating around mountainous terrain. It's just an advisory system, just for your additional awareness, but generally do not rely on it too hard. You still do an RNAV approach with GPS jam if the error remains within 0.3. That's a regulatory question more than anything. TCAS climb. I think in some places you can. For I think an RMP non-LPV approach, you should be able to. The airplane shouldn't complain about it, because I don't think it will. Now, if you were on an LPV approach, that's a different story. With LPV, it's a no-go for. It's a definite no-go for. Yeah, GNSS required. Yeah, if it says on the chart GNSS required, then it's a hard requirement. But yeah, it might be possible. So for something like circle the land at Innsbruck at night, that would be super legal. Yeah, happy depends on what the chart says. Let's have a look. Let's go to Innsbruck. Actually, let's have a look at LLBG, Ben Gurion. And let me switch over to my browser here. Yeah, we're on the browser. Not RMP approach, it's visual. Oh yeah, circle the land is a different story altogether. So, are there any requirements for... Do you want it in daytime mode? Let's switch to daytime mode. Yeah. So does the chart say that we have circling, not authorized, barrel nav not authorized below -CEP, above +60, effective. There doesn't appear to be a requirement for GNSS. Oh, synthetic vision is definitely not to be used for navigation. Happy. So, yeah, definitely no there. Yeah, it doesn't make any difference to the landing capability. It's just for your additional comfort, basically. And there's some option there for... I forgot what... Oh, that's for the runway identification, I think. No, it's for the enhanced vision system. So if you have IR, you have an IR overlay here, you have an IR camera installed on the nose, you are able to use that to identify, go down to 50 feet. We keep 400 with the HUD, you can go to Cat 2. Brighton, you can go Cat 2 on a Challenger even without the HUD. It's still Cat 2 manual landing authorized. So the HUD here with the enhanced vision system, with the IR camera, only I think gives you like the ability to go to slightly lower minimums. Well, you're able to identify potentially stuff through the IR a little bit easier, sooner. Yes, the 3-degree line is nice. That is really sweet. Flying from Cuba to Aspen and watching you stream. Hey, good one. Welcome. Anyway, so apparently at Ben Gurion, we should be able to fly RNAV, RNP with no RNP runway 08 with no GPS available. So there. Now Logan has no requirement for the cloud breaking RP Yankee and for the AR approaches. Dual GNS. Ah, okay. So where's that? That'll be Lowy, Innsbruck, approach, RMP Yankee 08. Okay, yeah, so this is, yeah. There's none for this, but the Zulu one, yeah, dual GNSS and at least one inertial reference unit or equivalent DME localizer or VOR DME updating not authorized. So there is our gas hasn't equipped. So that is, you know, black on white. Black and white clear. Dual GNSS required for an approach, for this particular approach with the curved segments inside of the valley. And we will do it. We Cat 3A with the HUD in the Q400. Oh, that's interesting. But yeah, if you didn't have GPS, you would still be able to do this approach here, but you would not be, yeah, you would have to be minimums, or you have to have sufficient markings or sufficient terrain visibility, basically be out of the clouds by this point here, Whiskey India 814. So yeah, interesting point. Good info there. Thank you, LOVV on air. Which I assume you are probably familiar with this airspace pretty good. With that kind of a name. Sweet. So, good info. There you go. Apparently we can do RMP approaches non-AR, provided we are within the required position uncertainty info. Check fuel at destination. Yeah, whatever. Still in altitude 80. We are 100 miles away, 160 miles away. Here's a fun question about Proline that came up where can I legally fly a ground-based navigational approach in FMS mode if I disable both GNSS sources, since Proline will automatically augment its position for navgates? My vote was on no, but since you know the internals better than I do, I figure I'd ask you. Rusty, that is not really a technical question. That's a regulatory question, an internal procedure question. The airplane, the FMS will fly whatever you tell it to. Ground-based navigation approach and FMS overlay. It's essentially you're flying it as an FMS overlay. Good question. technically, I suppose, if you were, since you are monitoring the nav aid here on your primary flight display, that is supposed to be your basically kind of a safety net, I guess. Just a thought, though. Let's go and, I don't know, tune, what's some nearby VOR? That guy. No, that's a TACAN. 117, 1790. Actually, I can enter that by name as well. So what is your name? Your PHA. PHA. You should be monitoring this. I guess theoretically might be okay. As long as you monitor the primary nav aid of the approach. I can't see a reason why you wouldn't be able to fly it on FMS. Right. Just meet the requirement. Yeah, you don't disable this in GNSS. Again, this is a regulatory question. The FMS will fly whatever you tell it to fly. It's going to try its best. It is up to you as the pilot to make sure that you are legal. What's the status of my boys here? Still only 4 satellites. We're almost 200 miles away from the jammer here. Parkway visual at Kennedy. Neat. Interesting, interesting. Good discussions we're having here. Turn on the headset. So we're 180 miles away and still in altitude aiding mode. Still, we're just about getting ready to slip out of the coverage of that GPS jammer. These guys should be fairly visible to us, these PRNs, these satellites here, but they're being basically kind of like suppressed by the noise coming out of the jammer here. My simulated jammer anyway. Been out of the pocket for a few months. How did launch go? Reasonably well. I think people liked it. Rusty, also welcome. See you again. Glad to see you again. Yeah, there we go. SBAS PA mode. So we've got 5 satellites. GPS is reacquired, so no more GNSS not available. No RNAV LPV in Concord. Gotta come off Canarsie VOR. Coming off the Canarsie VOR. Yep. Yeah, I can believe that. Still showing a chart. Ah, right. Apologies. Now, we were momentarily in SBAS PA mode. We dropped back out. It must have just lost the satellite there. We're just about on the edge of it. So about 200 miles and effectively like a straight line shot. I'm not sure what the elevation is of that transmitter. Might be fairly far above sea level. We were in SBAS PA momentarily. I'm going to time accelerate again here. But good thing is, it momentarily dropped our prediction or our EPU because the FMC could. Ah, there we go. And there we go. SBAS PA mode and EPU is coming back down as the FMC is gathering up the updates from the GPS for positions and stuff, and refining the IRS positions. There we go. And here we're basically right on top of the airplane. I've actually got a video of this happen, and we would consistently get jammed. I mean, Krusty, you're in that kind of line of business, aren't you? So, you guys live dangerously. That is your lot in life. What I don't simulate is spoofing. Spoofing is a bit difficult to work out what would be realistic. Not jamming I worry about, it's spoofing that worries me. Yeah. Spoofing is a little bit difficult to be accurate about because there's very little information about exactly what's happening. Yeah. Larnaca, and what's this one? I forgot the name of that guy. You are Paphos. Yeah, okay. Two VOR, two DME stations that are being used. They're pretty close together, 31 degrees of angle between them, so it's pretty low quality solution on the DME solution. Let's see, it actually just dropped out. It's actually out of candidates now. It's now down to Paphos by itself, just being used for VOR DME corrections. It's just a single station. And in fact, the other guys probably got a different. Hang on, I've actually taken over the radio here. I would have tuned in the same one anyway. And I'm going to give FMC number 1 actually is out of... It probably can't even tune anything. Right, yeah, I can't. It's trying to tune this guy, 108.7. I know it actually is. It's settling on that radio. Yeah, let's see. But I can't receive anything. No, it's trying to receive some difference. It's trying to tune an LCA, which it can do because I haven't given radio control to it. So, let's see if we come back over to the jammed. Oh, no, actually we're outside of the jam range. If I go ahead and kill GPS on both, and blah and blah. And on this guy, I think the cross-communicate GPS the same. I don't. Okay, well these guys now are out of GPS. GPS is not available and deselected. That's why it's white. It's not yellow because I've manually done it myself. And so now if we go to Prague, he's using VOR DME, and right-hand FMC is just down to inertial navigation. So you can see that we've got two different EPU values here. Left side is more accurate than the right side because the left side still has, or it's more confident. You need to think about these numbers not as accuracy. They are more confidence of the unit. So the left side is more confident in its position than the right side because the right side doesn't even have VOR DME aiding at this point. We didn't pay for the IRS since we use anti-spoof jammed resistant. That feeds into the IRS source. Okay, yeah, I mean, in that case, I mean, you guys are military, so you have a very different level of equipment than the civilian sector. But yeah, you have your own GPS frequencies, your own encrypted protocol that is super duper mega top secret, jam and spoof resistant. We scrubs in the civilian sector don't have that. Line mission configured aircraft out of ProLine in them. It's functionally undetectable for the crew perspective because of the inherent trust in GPS. Yeah. Way worse than commercial GPS in terms of resolution, funnily enough. Potentially. Then again, perhaps commercial GPS units are taking liberties with the precision that then compromises them, or makes them more jammable, I guess. Anyway, so yeah, with no GPS, this guy's on VOR DME, and he's fast running out of accuracy there because he's only got this guy here, this one station that's basically within range, and he's hanging on to it. How far away is it? Yeah, it's 50 miles or so, something like that. But watch what happens when I give radio control on the right-hand side to the FMS. I'm going to go into tune here. I'm going to delete the frequency here. That's going to give auto-tune capability back to the FMS, to the right-hand side flight management computer. And he's going to reacquire that VOR DME solution, and he's going to adjust the EPU down. So they should pretty much be in line when I do that. So go ahead and auto-tune. He's going to try and acquire the GPS signal. I'm sorry, the VOR signal. It's immediately retuned it, but it's got to wait for an audio ID to confirm. And there we go, audio ID is confirmed. And did you pull down the EPU a little bit? Yeah, a little bit, just not much. Actually, this guy's getting worse because of the distance. It might not be enough anyway. And yeah, you can see that with distance, We just happened to also fly in a place with no nav aids to augment from someone who routinely get drifts of up to 10 miles. Yikes. That's far. He's lost VOR DME augmentation here. Let's see, progress, VOR DME. He's trying something different. He's tuned now to Paphos. Ah, there we go. Finally, he's decided to tune into the same station as the other one. So now they've got equivalent position uncertainty. Just because of the fact that they've both been running, the IRSs have aligned both at the same time, and they're now running off the same nav aid. So they're effectively, they've got the same confidence in the solution. More or less. Let's see, what's the final 0.56? That's just, it's rounded to the next 1/100th. Yep, they're now currently identical. And if I take the radio, nav radio away from them again, let's say tune something different in there, and EPU 0.64, that's just purely inertial at this point. Frog, and we're down to inertial now. In fact, I can do it over here. Go ahead and cancel you. He's gonna tune. He's waiting for the PHA received audio ID. And as soon as it's there, he's gonna start incorporating those radial solutions in. VOR DME on here, and the value has dropped down. Detune it. It's gonna be gone. EPU jumps back up. But yeah. And if we bring, so this is FMC2 position. So right now you can see from our actual position, which is here obviously in the center, we are currently, the FMS position is somewhere around 0.1 something miles away from us. And our positional uncertainty is about there. So it says that we're with 95% probability and somewhere inside of that circle. And yes, we are. Fortunately, stuff is working as it should. But yeah, we've got some positional error that we got to deal with. Okay, I'm going to stop torturing the thing. Although, I mean, you might still want to receive VOR, you might still want to control your own DME stations or VOR stations. Get back to waiting for audio ID, PHA, and back down we go. Good stuff. Ooh, thank you. Got myself a glass of water. And once we're out of the range of all these stations, we're over water, nothing nearby. In fact, I'm going to turn a few degrees to the left here. Once we're out of the range of those VORs, yeah, we're going to be sort of on our purely inertial self. We're still fairly close, though. Well, reasonably close. I think it's 100 miles is the limiting range for VOR DME, beyond which it will basically, the FMS will stop trusting for the VOR DME. What's the drift rate on these laser IRSs again? The guaranteed value, well, the value supplied by the manufacturer, that's the important distinction there. The value advertised by the manufacturer is 2 nautical miles per hour since alignment, up to a maximum of 10 nautical miles for the first 10 hours, I think. No. Yeah. No, I'm sorry, 20 miles up to the first 10 hours. Afterwards, it's guaranteed to not be worse than 20 miles for the next 18 hours, and 18 hours is the maximum time between alignments. Beyond that, there is no guarantee for performance. And that is with P95 or 2 sigma reliability. So it predicts that we're going to be able to be within 95% probability of that 2 mile per hour since alignment ring. It's actually generally better. I wish we paid for them. It's really good. So these are actually still fairly pessimistic numbers. Typically, it'll be much better than that. You know, a few hundred meters per hour of inertial drift is typical. So right now we are like 0.4 miles. This guy's much closer. This guy's like within 0.1 miles. And we are how much time since alignment? We don't have a time and nav displayed on here, so I'm going to have to go into the study or into the pairing menu here. And TIN, time and nav, is just about 3/4 of an hour, roughly. 2/3 of an hour, 40 minutes since alignment. So this guy's drifted off by 0.1 miles, these guys by 0.4, roughly. So let's say these guys, the worst ones, are within half a mile of per hour. This guy's doing much better. He'd probably be like 0.12 miles per nautical mile per hour. But up to 2 hours per nautical per hour, or 2 nautical miles per hour is acceptable drift. The reason why RS3 is so different from the others. It's just random noise. It's just a matter of coinciding. Let's see, how far are we from the DME station, VOR DME. What's the limiting range actually? Let me check. I don't remember anymore. I've got a PL21, IAPS FMC subsystem, PL21 IAPS FMC subsystem position, and 120 miles. Okay, so once we pass 120 miles from the VOR DME, it will drop the station, and since this is going to be our last candidate on that list, it's basically going to revert to VOR DME. It's going to revert to full inertial navigation. We're already at 0.7 nautical miles EPU. Once we get lower than that, that's basically it. I mean, yeah, you get the point. If I were to reverse course, actually, it would start getting better because we'd be getting closer. So the confidence and the positional solution go up slowly. So currently observing the distance of, let's see, what's 120 miles in 2222. So we're 5 kilometers away, about 3 miles away from dropping this VOR DME. Crazy low, roughly 14 nautical miles drift and crossing the Atlantic without any updating. The ITGBus, that's worst case, by the way. Generally, it'd be within about a mile, give or take. Typically. These positions, by the way, they'll oscillate. Ah, there we go. IRS. This guy's still on VOR DME IRS. This FMC2. FMC2, why are you trusting yourself so much? 0.73, 0.77. He's probably going to drop it off anyway, pretty soon anyway, as well. Alright, there's a retuning interval. So it re-examines the distance only about once a minute. I'm not calling this the same as the SIVA. Been in practice, yeah. Typically it's better than the worst case value. Service limit. So yeah, that is, we can read off the drift values off of, let's see, it's an IRS control, isn't it? Yes. 1.6 nautical miles per hour, 0.9, 0.4. These values are pretty coarse, by the way. It's measuring the distance from the assumed FMS position, and that might not be the correct one. The position itself might actually drift, so with no updating, it's... Oh, there we go. This guy's also now in IRS mode. So now they're both in 0.8 nautical mile RMP, or 0.8 nautical mile precision or confidence in position, EPU, estimated position uncertainty. And it's going to increase. It's going to slowly come up because of the fact that the IRSs are drifting over time. They're 0.1. So, what's Larnaca's code? Let's fly there. LCLK. LCLK. And does that place have RMP approaches we could do? RMP04. Does this guy require, in case of GPS failure, follow VOR DME? Okay. VOR DME Sierra runway 04 missed approach procedure. This guy doesn't want us to use RMP to ILS. The hell's that? That looks very AR-y. Graham, what's this mean? RMP to an ILS approach. That is some weird stuff. I'm not even sure we have that in here in the box. I want to see that. Go to depart arrive. Depart arrive again, and LCLK. We probably, yeah, it's ILS Papa. Or which one would that be? It's RMP to ILS Papa. That is some weird stuff right there. That'll be fun to test. Yeah, I think it's going to be treated as an ILS. Yeah, interesting, interesting. Now this, I gotta check what the coding for that thing is, because that is weird as weird as all hell. Why didn't anybody tell me that that's a thing? Custom data, CIFP, LCLK, ILS22-P probably. Yeah, there we go. BOSIS, SOBOS, track to fix, track to fix. No, they're not. Curved approaches. So if we go in and play around with it, let's go like this. And for the time being, I don't want to go further away than I already am. So what I'm going to do here is going to go index, hold, present position, execute, switch into nav mode, and deselect half bank so we can stay in the hold here. Okie doke, and I'm going to have to throw some fuel in the tanks here. Did you also create a 737 front from X Aviation? No, I didn't, Fisher. But should be okay as the RP bits are not on the final approach. No, I did not create that 737. Good stuff. Let's see, what's our maximum speed here? 265. We are doing 272, so we'll swap this over to like that. Bring the speed back to 265. So that we can keep that speed. Enter for the weird approach. Google test docs, test FMSs. Yeah, perhaps. So I'm going to take you, swap you over into plan mode, over format, and then we're going to go in here, LCLK. I'm just wondering what it draws. ILS Papa. Via BOSIS. It does look like a perfect curve. What am I looking at here? LK522. Yeah, it is a radius to fix. For sure. But it's not an AR procedure. Doesn't appear to be anyway. Flying straight ahead, LK600. That's the missed approach. There are... RF required, DME not authorized. Okay, well that clears that up. Definitely not authorized for no GNSS. GNSS required, DME not authorized. It says RF required though. Yeah. So definitely not that. Could we do this guy? RMP runway 22. In case of GPS failure. Okay, that's the guy for... Interpretation question here is, do we have to perform a missed approach, or is that for in case we have to go missed? It's actually, well, it's in the missed approach section here, so presumably only if we have to go missed. And there is no note that requires GNSS be available for this procedure. So theoretically, we should be okay to fly this. No GPS, just DME updating. What do you people think? Will only be AR if the RF's on the final segment. Or missed. Yeah, I guess. RF required, barrel VNAV operations not authorized below -10. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be any note that requires us to do GPS on here. So let's do that. What do you people think? Do yell at me about it. Okay, so I'm going to go to flight plan, LCLK. Depart, arrive. I want to select RMP runway 22. Let's do the spicy one with the big bend in it. Otessa. Yep, that looks good. And we're going to just go direct Otessa. Rock and roll. V-speed's deselected. Yes, that's understood. What does it predict for our fuel at destination? Gotta be a bit tight. Mobile game. Definitely JKK not a mobile game, this thing. Very not mobile. If I got up to, let's see, I'm going to keep that up, I'm going to keep it up to get you up to perfinite, and I want to play around with some fuel predictions. So if I go to higher altitudes, would that actually help with my fuel here? So if I go to flight level 400, okay, we'll save 100 pounds, go up to 400. And we'll go Mach 0.77. If I go Mach 0.77 on the speed, will that help me? Yeah, setup, not climb, but if I go Mach 0.77 here, that will actually not save me any fuel. So I'm not gonna bother. Alrighty. At least going up higher. Perhaps flight level 410 would get me even more fuel. Not really anymore. The 400 is probably the best we can do here. Predicted is 36 minutes to go, 15 minutes to top of descent. Oh yeah, that's also new, by the way. I know a lot of people have been requesting this, so and I should have had it in there since release, so oops. But it's going to be there. So yeah, off to Larnaca we go. Test stuff out. Yes, check fuel at destination is understood. In fact, what I'm going to do to fix that is I'm going to cheat. So we need, let's say 1,200 feet, 1,200 pounds for reserve. That makes the message go away. What's the last? What are people requesting? What were people requesting? I'm not sure what you mean. Let me check. Just actually, do I need to go up to 400 or just 390 is enough? Okay. So 390 is enough since we're going easterly. That's probably better. TOD and distance. Oh, what were people requesting? Yeah, TOD time here on here. That should have been there since release. So when you have the VNAV window enabled, yes, it's not blinking at me. When you have the VNAV window here enabled, it also gives you top of descent and top of climb estimates. And it wasn't there. No, correct, it wasn't. The only way I saw this info is I had to literally go through some videos and pictures from the actual cockpit of the aircraft, because Colin's documentation is so horrible that they never show you what's actually in the many of the items here on the window. There's barely any documentation for this whole feature at all. So LS cap, and we can go Mach 0.8. So go ahead and re-accelerate. We are at 0.99, so let's go and re-enable our GPS units. How are they doing? They're still SBAS PA mode, so let's go ahead and enable GPS. See how much we were offset. As I reacquired the GPS solution, the airplane immediately slewed over. Now the two FMCs are going to be out of sync. So this guy's going to bring us back on path. I have GPS still disabled on the other one. So this guy thinks we're cross-tracked by 0.1 miles. And this guy on the other side, this is the left FMC, thinks we're now going cross-track to the right. We're making our cross-track worse. In general, VNAV, MFD window shows you the next constraint that actually drives the VNAV path. Yes. Intel effects. That's exactly what that is for. So the typical way to drive the airplane is to have VNAV info on the flying side, and then you'd have, let me see, then you would have the LNAV info like this for the monitoring side. So the person who's not flying, they'd be able to like look at your far off distance estimation and fuel estimates and stuff like that. So here you know your gross weight at landing and your fuel at landing. Over here you've got your immediate like vertical constraints and stuff. So simple split. Short immediate information, more long-term information. So go back. Yeah, so now right-hand side thinks that we're cross-tracked by 0.17 miles. Left-hand side is bringing our cross-track error down to, or slowly pulling it ourselves onto the more accurate path. So yeah, that's the reality of two separate navigational systems. And if as soon as I re-enable GPS on this side, this guy's going to snap also back to the GPS solution almost immediately. There we go. Never actually used the VNAV window, just the normal window on my side. Take off approach ref. Yeah, sure, that works too. Whatever. Float your boat, I guess. So yeah, and now they are both pretty much laterally in sync. Yeah. And this guy was always in sync because I never disabled GPS on this guy. So this guy's GPS 1 IRS and matches that. And I think I got a follower here. IDM54. Welcome, War. Thanks for following. How are you? Good stuff. And watch the important difference here, though. I bring up prog page number 1. There's a distinction here between, even though they're essentially all three separate FMCs, all more or less equivalent, you'll notice that, well, it's not obvious right now. Glad to be able to make it. Welcome aboard. Happy you're here. So we got auto tuning enabled still. We're still out of range for the VOR DME, but notably the difference is only FMC, the left side and right side FMC are, see, this guy's required VOR DME updating. This guy still hasn't, but pretty soon he will. So now we've also got a situation where this guy, oh, they're actually both on GPS, so it doesn't make a difference to the EBU. So number two FMC does have the ability to have VOR DME updating, and number 1, so I'm sorry, left and right FMC have VOR and radio updating available. The third FMC notably doesn't. So if for whatever reason you have to swap over and navigate off of FMC number 3, if you do not have GPS, you do not have radio updating on this guy. The third FMC is basically simply not plumbed up to the radios at all. So it cannot control the radios. It cannot tune the radios. Even if I go to the tune function here, it'll say function not available. Whereas on either one of these, it is available. So these are slightly more special or capable than the third FMC. Though for practical navigation on most cases, if you have an FMC, left FMC or right FMC failure, you can swap this guy in with this switch and navigate off of off of FMS3 just fine, and it'll be fine generally. Not a big deal. Still no VOR DME on him. He'll get there. He'll get there eventually. Come on. But what I can do is I can use, obviously this guy does have GPS available to him because GPS is only basically listen only for the FMCs. They can't really control the GPS unit itself. There we go. He's also now got acquired VOR DME updating. We're still in SBAS precision approach mode. Still out of, let's see, 5 minutes, 40 miles out of top of descent. How about we have a quick bathroom break? I'll be back in, well, before top of descent for sure. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Alrighty, back in the saddle. Hopefully, this didn't have to start descent yet. And nope, we still got 2 minutes to go. So I'll do some quick descent planning. I can do it on here. Perf. Approach. We'll say that we got standard weather there. No wind. Yeah, sure. Send it. Speeds have been sent. FS Street can only ever calculates IRS correction vectors from GPS. Yes. No, it can't. They have to be independent of each other. We'll see them feeless. You know, the correction vectors are independent from FMS 1 and 2. It only does it on its own from the GPS directly. It doesn't include them from the other FMSs. Because that would violate basically the independence requirement. It then wouldn't be an independent positional solution. Can anybody mess up your session? First approve them because I want to know everybody. I don't understand Gnome Gemini what you mean. So can anybody can mess up your session? What was happening to the IRS study page whilst FMC2 was waiting to acquire? FMC2 is waiting to acquire VOR DME for the nav solution. Does it suck through the available VOR DMEs to find the best signal? Yes, it does pretty much. IDM 54. It will try tuning something for a little bit, and if it can't get it, it will abandon that pairing and we'll try a different one. I'm gonna rebalance fuel just briefly here. Do it for about a minute. Should be getting close. Why aren't you? Oh, right, I'm not on VNav. Okay, whatever. I'll turn you down now. There we go. Nah, whatever, let's set it down like 3,000. Here we go, Mach 0.8 on a descent. Can you sort of hold in the FMC just out by no thing? Yes, of course you can. That's, I already did that. That's something like a present position hold, for instance. Hold, new active hold, present position, and that would be a hold right where I am. You'll see it follow me along, as I haven't executed the change yet. But yes, you can insert a hold anywhere. Made it differently. Maybe this is not what I wanted to say. Sorry for bad translation. Out by no thing. You have to, well, out by no. How do you specify the position of a hold? As long as you can give it a position, then yes, you can insert a hold anywhere. You can insert an off-path hold as well. So let's say, I don't know, what's some nearby waypoint? Lower menu. I'm gonna go to overlays. No, not overlays. I'm gonna go to map symbols. And Airways is not gonna show me waypoint names, is it? It is not, but if we go nearest, we go terminal waypoints. No, intersections, that's the one I want. Izeri, let's say you want to hold there. Yes, you can do that as well. So go to index, hold, new, Izeri. Instead of picking it up from here somewhere, I'm going to put it like that. Hold at Izeri, and now I got to put it somewhere where I want the hold to occur. I could make it my next hold, so it'll go direct to that hold. Or whatever, you can insert it in somewhere into the flight plan. So yes, that is also functional, or a possibility, I guess. How far away are the jammer boys? Now we're getting close. 200 miles away. As we're descending, obviously it's... there we go. GPS has just bit the dust on both of them. It's still receiving 4 satellites, so it's in altitude aiding mode, but it cannot be used for navigational solutions anymore. So our EPU is currently 0.03, and it's slowly going to come up. Let's see, fuel crossflow shadow valve open. Ah, right, yeah. I wanted to kill you after a minute. Yeah, that wasn't a smart decision. But now we are balanced. And fuel didn't disappear. It is in the center tank. It's just when there's only a few hundred pounds in there, it doesn't really correctly show. There is actual fuel in there. So go to fuel system. You'll be able to see it. More or less, it's just a little puddle on the bottom of the center tank here, less than 100 pounds. And it's being transferred back out to the sides. Alrighty, what do we also need? So GNS is not available. Yes, that is understood. In fact, we might just go ahead and disable it. What is this guy's solutional accuracy right now? He is on EPUI, so inertial, 0.04 still, because he's still got the high integrity updates cached, so to speak, from when it had GPS available. So the corrected position itself has an uncertainty, and it's slowly decaying over time. So this is the corrected position. It's slowly growing up and growing in accuracy, whereas the actual IRS positions are quite far away. And obviously he has no radio nav capability correction, so that's it for him. VNAV setup. In fact, I'm going to go Mach 80300 on the descent target speed. And so now if I go resume 300 knots. First I'll share the radio position update between all 3 units because the navigation position is triple mix. Okay, yeah, that's a different system. So we would Always impose a significant positional error. Alrighty. Coming down. So what do we want to check here? We also want to check, quickly go into here. Minimums are category C. We're going to be LNAV, VNAV. Category C is 320. So cat C minima for us, refs. Barrow 320. That was too far. There we go. So refs are set. Do we need any particular RMP requirement? Let's see. I'm not sure. Might be 0.3, in which case we're going to be relying on BOR DME and DME updating. Index prog. We're in DME update mode. Hit it now. The CL went into logic check. If there was valid position update, then those would get position updates. But if there was none, it would immediately go into triple mix. But it couldn't do both triple mix and DME updating at the same time. Huh. I mean, CO was all weird. Frankly. I don't need the intersections anymore. I didn't want to push that button. I wanted to push map symbols. Intersections, go away. So yeah, and our next position is Otessa. And from there we go into the little round part of it. LK526, LK525, round the bend. And we can even show our missed approach on here. So go to that lower menu, map symbols. We want to show the missed approach. Missed approach looks like that. So LK600, left turn direct bow says hold. Lower menu, map symbols. Yeah. Please, can you speak a bit on the next project? There's no decision yet on the project. Anything a hungry customer can get. Food might be good. It's dinner time. Pretty soon for me as well, yeah. In fact, I might wrap it up after this landing. We'll see. 20,000. The altimeter is 1013, so I'm just going to pre-select 1013 here. Not ready to change it over. There'll be weather radar in the next few updates. It'll come in X-Plane 12, Scott 3293. X-Plane 12 has a completely new weather system, and it's going to have a completely new method of interacting with the weather system, so I didn't bother implementing two separate systems, one for X-Plane 11, which is pretty poor, and one for X-Plane 12. Yeah. I actually asked them, there's like, X-Plane 12 currently displays, when I test the Challenger on X-Plane 12, it tells me that I'm using some outdated data refs and I should use the new weather APIs. And I asked Laminar, okay, so what are the new weather APIs? And they're like, yeah, we haven't published them yet. So, yeah. So far, so much for that. Have I set up? Yeah, I have set up my speeds, but I've set them up incorrectly because we're going to be actually 29.1 at the destination, so that's going to be potentially a different set of speeds. There we go. Sweet. Are we looking for the EPU? 0.49. Yeesh. Also, will the CL650 be usable inside of X-Plane 12 without patching, or do we need to wait for an update? Will it be free? have no problem to pay for it, but can we fly it fast? So first of all, X-Plane 12 isn't out yet for public beta at all, so that doesn't really apply to you. Yes, it works in X-Plane 12 already. There's stuff that needs to be made, more changes that I need to put in for X-Plane 12 because there's aerodynamic changes and stuff that they've made, but I mean, it's still a moving target, X-Plane 12. They say they've almost done with the aerodynamics updates, but not quite. So, yeah, that's the situation there. And yeah, it will be usable for X-Plane 12. No payment required for that. It's going to be a free update. Any word about new APIs, so many AV as possible. One can dream. I have no info on that. They haven't published a roadmap in regards to X-Plane 12. I don't think they have. I don't think they have a timeline. They've published a rough timeline where they expected to have it out, but that's about all I know. There's an Extreme and a Challenger. Crash here. Okay, coming down below 10,000 pretty soon, so the airplane's starting to slow down, so it's starting to pull back. We are very GPS unavailable. GNS is not available. In fact, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and disable them on all 3 boxes to make sure that we're not acquiring any kind of temporary spurious locks. I'm going to leave it on GPS. I'm actually going to leave it here on number 3. Yeah, number 3 is low position accuracy, 1.4 EPU. So this guy's rather unhappy at this point. We are in terminal navigation, and he is trying to he's basically thinking that, oh my god, what if I gotta be used for navigation? Well, you're not, don't worry about it. But yeah, he points that out on that message. Low position accuracy. In fact, how is he doing for position? Compared to the others, he's kind of at agreement for the time being. Well, sorta. Index progress. They're all a little bit off differently. That'll be fun. Let's see what happens. There's some very interesting things here. I'd love to see X-Plane 12. Okay, coming down, coming down, coming down. EPU is 0.14 at this point. We're pretty close to the VOR station and the DME stations, so it's got pretty good signal here for the DME updates. And swap over to pressure or altitude. Yeah, this guy's going to be pretty good on position. I'm fairly certain of that. Yeah, there you go. It's like within a couple of wingspans of the airplane is where we are, where it predicts our position to be. VOR, DME, and DME updates are very high integrity here in the terminal environment. So yeah, we're going to be good on this guy. Now the third guy, FMC3, he is not terrible, but due to a lack of updates, he's basically just freely drifting at this point with the INSs. He's still got some semblance of corrections in it and some drift vectors, but yeah, this guy's very low integrity at this point. So bring the range down here. Do we have a speed constraint on the approach? Yes, we do. LK502. It has a speed constraint of 210. Ooh, it's definitely very high. I wouldn't go that low. I wouldn't go that fast into the turn. Low position accuracy. EPU 1.46 momentarily here because I bet you he's retuning the radios. And message is gone. EPU 0.17. IDM 54 because this guy isn't plumbed up to the radios. FMC3 has no way to talk to the nav radios, so he pretty much only has GPS updating available to him. FMSs 1 and 2 do have radios available to them. So in fact, I'm going to go slower around the bend there. We're not going to go 250 here. EPU 0.18. We're still good. Let's see, we're 1 mile. And I think it's going to drop down to 0.3 when we're on the final approach section here. You think Toto is drinking water? Maybe it's clean Russian vodka water. Well, since I don't drink any alcohol, that'd be kind of weird. No, it is just water. And here we go. Around the bend we go. And again, you'll notice terrain off. No terrain information. No terrain predictive alerts, basically. Yeah, 220. That'll be good. And we got that out of the way. Just gonna go quickly start up the EPU. Arm thrust reverse. Yes, yes. In fact, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have this guy
before
do it.
landing. Before landing in range checklist. APU. Started. Altimeters.
And I didn't set you up.
Reset. Cross-checked. Avionics.
Are set.
External
Ready for
lights.
immediate return checklist.
Let's see. What is he asking about? He's asking for external lights. Yes.
On. N1 target.
And he wants me to set takeoff.
Set.
And we don't have time for the wait for the bleed transition. So.
APU PAX transition.
So he's going to reconfigure the packs right away.
Avail completed. APU generator. On. CAS.
Yes, checked.
In range checklist complete. Before landing checklist next.
So speed back down to 180. And I'll take flaps 20. That'll help us slow down. And is the checklist still asking for the heat high on the window when heat low will be normal? Yeah, it'll typically now do heat low. We're still being jammed or incorporating GNSS. I'm still being jammed, I think. Oh no, it's just gotten inside of range of GPS. I'm going to keep it on conventional nav here, though, or non-aided for the navigational systems. I've left FMC3 to be able to use GPS when available. My primary guys, though, FMC1 and 2, I have manually disabled GNSS for the time being for the approach. Let's go arm approach mode.
2500.
And it says no approach. Approach not avail. Yeah, probably I'm... What am I, below the EPU value? I shouldn't complain about the approach mode here. Okay, glide path. This is to 2000. Yeah, he's being a bit of a annoying Nancy here. Just because of the slight positional offset. Right hand side FMC is just ever so slightly canted over and it's just tripping up the flight director comparator. There we go. Went away. Close the door curtains. We have silence. And you also forget to do the first important thing, close the door. Well, for landing, they are mandatory to be open, so way ahead of you there. Let's go and slow down.
Before landing checklist. Landing gear lever. Down indicating. No steer. Arm centered clear. Anti-skid. Hard to test.
Flaps 30.
Passenger signs. On. Wing cal anti-ice.
Flaps 45. Speed 7 plus VREF. And he wants wing cal anti-ice.
Continuous ignition. On. Thrust reversers. Armed. Spoilers.
Message.
Stowed
Low position
auto.
accuracy.
Flaps. Set. CAS.
Have you lost the CAS is checked? Set
Before
CAS is
landing
checked.
checklist complete. After landing checklist
500.
next.
Alright, low position accuracy is because we are more than 0.3, isn't it? Yeah, 0.3 is a
minimum.
requirement. And see how far off we are.
Minimums.
I'm gonna have to check if it should say low position accuracy for cases where we are, or the no APR message.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
There we go. Oh, that was fun. Yes, there's RMP22 from Atessa.
After landing checklist. Landing pulse recog lights. Off. Anti-collision lights. Off. Continuous
Okay, brake
ignition.
set.
Off. Windshield heat. Off.
Yes,
Pros.
curtains and divider open.
Off. Wing anti-ice. Off. Cal anti-ice.
It's not required.
Spoilers. Stowed. Flaps. 0. ATC TCAS. Alt on. Radar mode. Standby. After landing checklist complete. Engine shutdown checklist next.
Yep. So that curtain has to be open and this divider door has to be open for landing and takeoff, obviously. Since that is your escape route. So also I guess you didn't transition to the ILS. That was on purpose, yeah. Where can you see your landing gear other than the takeoff approach ref page? I mean, where else would you need to see them? They'll be marked on the speed tape. You've got them on, where am I? On here. And you've got them on MFD data. Go to takeoff approach ref. There's your takeoff reference. And there's your approach reference. We talked about 1.6 yet. Yeah, sort of on and off. So, low position accuracy. GNSS not available. GNSS disabled. Yeah, that's all understood. Display advance. Go away. So, yeah, EPU 0.4. The low position accuracy here is correct. But the fact that it was saying no APR Might actually be something. I gotta check the documentation here. So, no apper, no apper. Yeah, that's gonna be in my code here, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna be in here somewhere. No apper. There's about 1,000,000,000,000 different reasons to have a no apper message. There's nav to nav transfer. That's not applicable here. FMC subsystem. AP control LNAV. No apper. Oh, hang on, where were you? Oh, autopilot control. So no apper, no apper. Both GNSs have failed or when the HPL is greater than the HAL. Yep, okay, but we do not have an HPL or HAL here. Since we are... Oh. Or when they are greater. Okay, so they're not in use. That was probably why we're triggering the no apper case in apper. Good question. Path, glide path, blah blah blah. Want LNAV to nav. Let's check this case here. Pause the simulator. Go debugging. But then read the Discord announcement. No, it isn't. Stop trolling. Okay, FMC subsystem AP control.c521, and let's have a look see over here. Delete the conditional. We're not being applied here. Hang on, did I pause on perhaps? Of course I did. Delete. Break on if FMC instance is 0. Yep. So these guys are, yeah, they're not in use. So that's what's causing the no apper message. So I gotta check here. Go to there. And check my documentation for the flight management system. So when do you say no apper? There's about 1,000,000 different conditions. So it says, shows when within the terminal area for the approach located in the flight plan, and the approach is disabled due to crew actions such as selection of go around, edits made, blah blah blah. For GNSS-based approaches, also display for loss of both GNSS receivers or if both receivers report an HPL that exceeds the alert limit. Aha. So GNSS-based approaches. For approaches being flown using FMS nav to nav operation will be presumably disabled if blah 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 blah. Aha. So we need to identify. Is somebody being a bit of a naughty boy? Anyway, so we need to identify which approaches are GPS mandatory, which means I need to modify the conditional here. Let's shrink this down. And let's go ahead and mess around with debugging. Interesting corner case I just found. So, approach requires GNSS, and they're not in use. Or the approach horizontal alert, or the horizontal vertical alert limits are there. Standby. GNSS-based approach is also both GPS or both receivers report an alert limit. Okay. I'll calm down, sorry on this, but if people see the announcement and ask the for the topic. It's fine. It's not a big deal. So actually, this is for when we have GNSS approaches in use and the alert limits are exceeded, or we have lost GPS receivers. Okay, so we need to define this function here. So it's going to be static bool. Approach requires GNSS, so it's going to be const FMC. Assert FMC is not null. Okay. Runway type approach is nope. FMC message A1. Am I not allowed to ask when I came in late? Might have missed it. Yeah, don't worry about it, Sakura Hana. Leave it be. Yep, it's all good. Don't worry about it. We're all friends here. Okay, I need to pick up. Where do I have nearest approach data? As usual, I forgot how most of this stuff worked. Find nearest approach leg. There we go. That sort of looks familiar. Where is that? That's gotta be in here somewhere. Part of the... There we go. That piece of code here. Okay, we enumerate from the current leg. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. In apper. No, hang on. Up the RP alert apper. Find nearest. Actually, we can just pass in the approach leg. We already have it here. Approach leg. Const FPL route leg T approach leg. Can this be null? Okay, it can be null. Okay, so approach leg can be null, so we'll mark that. So if approach leg is null, we'll say require GNSS no. All good. Everything's cleared up. Cool. So inside of the approach leg stuff here, we do have the GNSS requirement indicated, don't we? Yes, we do. Or do we? Is authorized. Now that's for the overlay stuff. Approach type GPS. Route qualifier. GPS required, DME not available. Right there. That is our boy. GPS required or DME required. Good stuff. So I think. Hang on. Route qualifier number 1. Where are those stored? Route qualifier. There we go. PR dot. Okay. Good stuff. PR dot record. That is, I think we've got it in the approach procedure. Yes, we do. But that should be copied into the nav leg. Is that available everywhere? I think it is. Good stuff. So if leg, actually approach leg, PR dat, it's C. Yep, it's C. So it'll be under the PR dat field. And we are looking for route qualifier 1. And in fact, what we're going to do is we're just going to pull it out of there. So chart route qualifier 1, and we're just going to pull it out of there to be able to refer to it by the shorter name. Route qualifier number 1 is that thing. If and so route qualifier number 1 RTE qual route qualifier number 1 Primary, secondary misapproach, engine up misapproach. Okay, so we need GPS required, DME not available. So if route qualifier approach requires GPS, so is that, or route qualifier number 1 is GBAS procedure. That is definitely very GPS-y, although we don't actually support GBAS. Let's leave it at that. We'll add the code in here anyway. DME not required, GPS required. GPS or DME required. Now that's a good question. We might have to check. SBAS procedure definitely does have a requirement for GPS. And for the GPS or DME required, that's going to be a slightly more complicated check, because when it's this, that's going to be slightly more complicated than I thought. Yes, okay, so in that case, if that is that, and we do not have DME available, and we can figure that out from the FMC internal state. DME, or DME, yeah, just DME. Ah, there we go. Oh, hang on, that's the defaults. Ah, there we go. And FMC position, I think it's FMC pause underscore T, you are in there, good stuff. And DME in use, and it's not in use, then we will be requiring GPS. So this qualifier, when we encounter this kind of a qualifier, if we do not have DME available, then we will require GPS. Otherwise, we will not. Okay, and for an SBAS procedure, that's pretty clear. And that takes care of all route qualifiers. Good stuff. Falling all the way in Uncursus environment. I am coding in, I guess Midnight Commander might be an Uncursus tool, I suspect, but this is just the internal file editor for the Midnight Commander utility. Regarding approach requirements, that confuses me. If an approach requires dual GNSS, for example, low RMP Zulu 26, is that actually correct to fly with your CL650? Yes. Do the FMSs both receivers, or does each FMS only use one receiver? If each FMS uses only one receiver at a time, is that actually dual GNSS? Yes, it is. Energy Quant, because they are cross-comparing each other's positions. They are only using a single GNSS each unit on its own, so each one uses its own side, but they do cross-compare the positions. So that does qualify as being fully independent dual GNSS receivers. So yeah, it will, if you have, for example, steering inaccuracies or incongruence between the two sides, you would actually get an alert about that. Or if one were to exceed like positional accuracy requirements and stuff like that. Okay, so let's go ahead and compare to LCLK, and I want to look for some route qualifiers to be able to identify what we're looking at here. Where are the route qualifiers going to be? Yeah, I gotta look for where the encoding is. Route qualifier 1. It's the 14th field. So guys, count with me. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hang on, is this gonna be? No, that's the okay. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Actually, screw this. Cut the limiter field that, and I want to pick up field 14. Now it's going to be field 15 because cut counts from L and C. Does that match route qualifier field? I think it does, doesn't it? No, hang on. It's the PR dat record. PR dat. Ah, there we go. Okay, so compare so it's going to be this guy here, UNS. Let's see what this encodes. U is RNAV any sensor. RNAV 22. Yep. RNAV any sensor. And S would be qualifiers, traded minimums. But if we look at which one's the GPS required one, GPS required one would be 04. No, hang on. It was RMP22 is any sensor, but it's this guy here. I think that's okay. This guy requires RMP, but that is an ILS, so that one's going to be a little bit different and doesn't have a PRDAT record. So let's have a look at Lowy. Lowy. There we had a nice case for them. Lowy. Kind of late. Anyone give a recap of the features? Okay, approach 08 and 08 AR. Okay. So R08 Yankee. Yeah, any sensor and Zulu. PRDAT record is W, which means SBAS procedure. That means GPS required for sure. Good. So that should more or less work the way we want it to. Make complete. Good stuff. Because it is also an ILS, it won't trigger the message. Yes, correct. Because at GBus, you're going to be on final approach, you're going to be on an ILS. The feature is missing. I just came back. So it was given a spurious no approach alert because we didn't have GPS available for a non-GPS mandatory approach. So it was being a little bit too fussy. So go ahead and reload the airplane quickly and we'll try it again. Yeah, there's lots and lots of little things. Yeah, we're going towards, I guess, like make the airplane crappier in a sense. So let me make this bigger here. Good stuff. Alrighty. Hang on, did I actually make it correct? Okay, cool. Good stuff. That's the one I wanted. Okie doke. Let's go ahead and fling ourselves up into the air. Or, well, gonna need some fuel. So I'm just gonna quickly go into data ref editor and gonna give myself a bunch of fuel. CL650 fuel tanks. And we're gonna give ourselves 1,200 kilos on one side, 1,200 kilos on the other, and that'll be that. Alrighty. Do you have audio? Yes, you do. I don't. Okay, there we go. Let's see. I'm just gonna quickly reposition the airplane. No, I'm not. I'm actually just gonna go ahead and taxi over there, just for extra spice, so that the IRUs are a little bit more messed up. And I've put in 2,400 kilos, so that's 5,280 on the fuel. So perfinite 5,280 on the fuel, so it stops bickering. V-speed's deselected. Yes, I know. Thank you. And we're gonna go and go LCLK to LCLK, departing runway 22. Departure procedure doesn't really matter. And we're gonna be arriving on RNAV 22 via BOSIS. Sure, we're in a discontinuity, that is expected. Okay, so parking brakes coming off. Be another interesting place with lots of terrain and RNAV approaches. No defueling, naughty. I'm refueling, not defueling. Anyway, go up to like 4,000, give or take. We're in RNAV navigation mode, or FMS navigation mode. Roll the speed up to like 200. Arm toga. I'm just gonna go full screen here. Why the hell not? Oh yeah, living the high life here. I was asking about the data for defueling. Okay, yeah, no data for defueling. You want to have some fun? Observe the study panel how fuel distributes. Rapidly inject some to a linked via data ref. You can the release energy quant. The The data refs are not writable on release version. It's only a debug feature on here. Eventually there will be Sakura Hana, don't worry. Okay, take off, take off. We are on the APU. You know what? I'm gonna use the engine bleeds for testing here. Go away, APU. EPU is only 0.08. Very low. I hope you didn't plan to disable that. What do you mean, Energy Quant? Writable? It was writable on the release version? That code an automated test flight tool using those data refs, fuel and defuel and flight to change weights. Well, it shouldn't have been. Let me check. Fuel tanks. DR create? No, DCR. Pre-AVF, leak rate, dump rate, tank mass. Yeah, you're right. They're writable. Huh. It shouldn't have been. Please keep it like that. I don't want people messing with my fuel via tools. That's why. Cool. So, lighty lights. What? Okay. ADG visual model, hopefully. Yes. Yeah, it won't be there yet, the rear action. Alrighty. Okie doke. Let's go. Last pre-12 update? I don't know. It just depends on when Laminar gets their asses into gear. Nah, whatever. I didn't compete V speeds, doesn't really matter. I roughly know when the thing can fly. Righty. Flaps up, speed 250. And lower the nose a little bit. About there. Good stuff. So, how are we looking on the positional stuff? RNF 22V of Boses. Okay, I selected Boses here. I should have selected the other one. Ah, whatever. We'll go ahead and go direct to Boses, and we're gonna come in on like a 090 intercept. Yeah, that'll do. Give or take. Sure. Yeah, where's my flight plan? I didn't even enter a altitude. Okay, cool. So arm LNAV. I'm gonna set up like a 90-degree intercept on it. Okay, are you not allowed to engage autopilot in TOTO mode? Yes, correct. Are you only not allowed to engage the autopilot in TOTO mode? Yes, correct. And in fact, even go around. So the go around mode, you saw that that's actually a fix that's going to be coming in the next update. Whenever there's TO or GA mode here on the vertical axis, it will swap over to pitch mode when you activate the autopilot. Cool. So let's go ahead and that's our normal checklist after landing. Okay, so let's go
Before landing, checklist complete.
and I'll reset. Actually, I'm gonna reset them all. Yeah, you know what? I'll leave the after landing as is. I don't care. Go away. I have Avatab installed. I'll just pull some curtains away here. Stand by for 1 second, folks. Okay. I reported that. Only did it for lateral. You can keep TO as a lateral mode. Yes, you can. Yeah. Put it pitch before autopilot, so never noticed. Well, light thing in version 1.5 it doesn't do that yet because of I basically implemented it incorrectly. Cool. Alrighty. There we are, established on the approach. So we are EPU 0.2. GNS is not available. That is understood. And in fact, for this guy, it's probably GNSS. It is available for him. So we might be outside of the range of the GPS jammers. Yeah, just about. At this altitude, we might just, not be covered by that jamming station there. Let's see, what is the received power on that station? Minus 159. Okay, so we're obscured by the train here. Top of descent, 9 minutes. 25 miles away. Oh yeah, it's over there. If I come up, let's see, let's go up to like 6,000 and see when we actually unmask from the terrain here. What did you yell about? What should we expect now to happen on this approach? It didn't. So it shouldn't flash up no APR anymore on here. It was shown no approach, which is not correct. Busy bats in this AP on, brain off. Yeah, sort of. Let's see, how far is that? We've come up a little bit, so we're starting to unmask from them. So as we come up to a higher altitude here, we might actually start getting jammed up above 7,000 feet here. Yeah, it's 109 dB, 108, 107. And yeah, this guy's already lost GPS here. But 7,000 feet, we can see just about far enough to see the one on the Costa area here. And we've got VNAV enabled, so I'm going to come down to like, I don't know, 1500 feet on pre-selector. That authorizes the VNAV descent. Good stuff. Keep reading VLS faults. Yep, it should no longer flash up no app here. We're going to push RMP-AR arm. Might need to modify that. It shouldn't be marked as an RMP-AR approach. Because the AR part is only approach not available. Okay, so why are you saying that now? Pause here and stand by. Approach not avail. FMC subsystem AP control.c. Approach not avail. And I'm going to bring you in over here as well. So, if both G and SS have failed, burden conditions, pilot training guide. Approach not avail. Approach want nav to nav. If both GNSs have failed, approach not available, amber. GNS is not available, amber. Stand by, I gotta check this. And let me bring up my documentation folders here. Fortunately, I cannot show you. Their Challenger 600. Let me bring in my little documentation here. So it's on page 177 through 168. 166. The usual. If tracking down through manuals and manuals. How's everybody doing so far, though? Okay. GNSS accuracy errors. So. Blah, blah, blah. Approach not available. So it thought it said approach not available. First of all, it should be RMP AR since we do not have an AR segment on final approach. So that should be not an AR segment for sure. Ah, damn it. I need to look through more manuals, as usual, always more manuals. Now let me just bring it in like this. Okay, that. Docs. Not that one, that one. And see if this thing works. Approach not available for, well, for sure I want to fix the RMP-AR ARM message here. FMC subsys AP control RNP AR ARM. Okay. There we go. Approaches RMP AR. And there's going to be a function here somewhere that checks for that. There it is. Approach is RMP AR. Yeah, okay, so that's incorrect here. It has to be looking for only where we are on the final approach fix. Well, you still got the sponsored by Nevada Rock 75. Yes, apparently I do. Probably just forgot to remove it. We'll keep it there. Why not? Okay. On final is false. And the RMP error arm qualifier is going to be when the descriptor code for that dbfaf is, I think, the descriptor code number 3 has to be that this is the published final approach fix. Right, and hang on, just to be sure. LK502. Just compare with some nav data here. LCLK R22. So RNAV22, that LK502, LK501 sequence here. It's these guys here. And RUA, that's the initial fix, that's the final approach fix. That then qualifies an RMPAR. Probably not. dbFAF is being inbound to the FAF subject to RMPAR requirement. Do we have reflected reality sim on here still? Graham, help me out. Is the leg does it qualify as an RMPAR approach when the leg into the final approach fix is curvy, or only once the legs past it are curvy? Is only that an RMPAR approach? That is a legal question more than anything. Let's have a look at some charts. Because for Lowy, this guy's definitely passed, so the final approach fix, the final descent point for 749 starts like there. So that is definitely curves in the final approach section. Have a look at KSFO. I know that there's an RMPAR approach there. That is 28 right, RNAV RNP Yankee. And that is most definitely the final approach point. Dong. There's a curve after it. Kind of a side question, but what's performance like on Linux? It works just the same as on Windows, so no worse, no better. After the path for AR, but we'll check. Thank you. So for the time being, not missed, not in missed. And on final, actually no, not missed, and, or hang on, not on missed or on final. You have to be on final for that to apply. Good, 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 good. So we'll continue here, and on final is true. Actually, even better. Do it like this. Move you back right here. Next leg will be on final. There we go. Now this guy should behave better. So if we jump out here, unpause this, go back to nav, reload. There's a question again, Captain Crash. So does an approach qualify as RNPAR, authorization required, if there's a radius to fix leg only past the final approach fix, or if it's coming while coming into the final approach fix? Okay, nav. Now if I arm approach, why are you still thinking that it's an RMPAR? Hey. Duck, but with vector thrust. Welcome. So, hang on. Why does it think that this is still an IRP AR approach? Break in FMC subsystem AP control.c online 595. Okay. Actually, what I'm going to do is like that. So leg name, BOSIS, and display on final. On final is false. If not, actually, no, hang on. If we are in the mist. No, hang on. Are we on mist? No. And after the FAF, I believe. PSP might be a good example. Gotcha. Okay, thank you. So let's think about this. Next leg will be on final. Blah, blah, blah. If we come through here, we haven't been on final yet. Not missed. What the hell? Compactify you down to there. Okay, so display leg name, display on final, display mishap, actually missed, and display on missed. Oh, come on. Oh, it's in missed. Next. Roric. Definitely not a curvy segment. LL. K522. That is definitely a curved type. That's a track to fix. That would not apply. LK502. What? Print missed. What am I thinking wrong here? We are either on the mist. We're looking for the normal section here. Headers down, you will incrementally recompile the plugin and reload the airplane and explain 11. Yeah. Yep. After I'm done with the changes, it's gonna get recompiled. So, not missed. Oh, right. No, actually, what we want in here is we're either looking at the missed approach. What the hell? No. Hang on. I'm gonna rename these. These are confusing us all hell. Either not want mist, or we are inside of the mist approach, or okay, so we got to be inside of the final approach fix for sure, and on final. Yeah. Yep. Okay, this will be better. Delete. On display everything. No. Restart. Continue on. And reload. Yep. On Linux, we can do a lot of nice things. How did you get into aircraft development? Well, I'm a developer by trade. Okay, so here we go. RMP ARM. Okay, that's good. Top of descent. Alt V path. Good stuff. We'll just turn on some lights here. And we should be slowing down. So another question that I wanted to ask directly, just to confirm, when you restart a flight using flight configuration window from the main menu, the CL650 resets current airframe to a random state or overwrites the last saved state. Yeah, the airframe selection window is not presented to the user. Is that expected, or is there a bug? Needs to be fixed. It's sort of a corner case that I'm not sure how to handle perfectly. Still says approach not available. Okay, why are you still saying approach not available? It's a corner case that isn't quite handled correctly or perfectly. I need to think about how to do that sort of to my satisfaction. Oh, come on. Piece of dog shit. Okay. So what does it say for approach not available here? 15-4 page. Okay. Carry that into page 15-4. Just present the airframe selection window. Yeah, that's a possibility. Yeah, I know. Indicates the approach should not be attempted. Shows when the aircraft is on approach and the required navigational accuracy or navigational sensor is lost. Yeah, that's kind of dumb. It shouldn't be doing that. So FMC subsystem AP control. Approach not available. Approach not available. Okay, approach not available. Want nav to nav. Ah, okay, yeah, that's kind of dumb. GPS in use. Okay. So we are on approach. We do not want nav to nav, and check approach available. Yeah, and we're gonna do that by checking the appropriate coding. So approach leg. Okay. Static bool. It's going to be similar to this guy. Check approach available. What did I call you again? Yeah. No, I'm going to shorten you. Why the hell not? Okay, check approach available. Const FMC. It's a const FMC TFMC. Const FPL route leg T approach leg. So assert FMC has to be not null. Approach leg can be null. It can be null. So if approach leg is null, in that case, false. Yeah, it's definitely not available. For all the other cases, we'll want to go through the route qualifiers. So we'll go switch for approach leg PR dat route qualifier 1. And we'll go through all the route qualifiers here. RTE qual. Here they are. We'll have to handle all of them. Okay, so for DME required, DME GPS required, just offset them off here. Okay, so let's use our thinking hats here. So DME required, actually, so I want to prefix the word case. And for the default case, we'll go ahead and return, yeah, true for all other cases. SBAS procedure, VOR, DME, RNAV. So in that case, we need either VOR, DME, or DME, DME being in use. So return FMC, VOR, DME in use, that's in pause, or FMC, pause, DME, DME in use. I'm looking at FAA Terps to see what they say on the matter of AR designation. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys are helping me out there. RNAV any sensor. So that's basically as long as we have anything. That means all we need, FMC 6200 impl, IRS in use. Okay, so for that, all we need is VOR DME in use, or DME DME in use, or FMC position IRS in use, or FMC position GPS, or GPS approach avail. Yeah, check GPS approach avail. And I'm going to unify that condition here. Static bool. And actually, GPS check GPS approach avail. Check GPS approach avail const FMC FMC. Assert FMC is an int. Your comment says, oh, right, yeah, good catch. See? Yeah, iris number. Oops. So happy that you're watching with so much detail. Looking for bool trueness. Yeah. Return. So for GPS approach availability, we need either one of the GPSs be available. And we need the horizontal precision limit to be below the horizontal alert limit. There we go. Fair programming in action. PFPM. Yep, pretty much. Yeah, for GPS available, we need any one of the GPSs to be functional, and we need the horizontal precision limit to be below the horizontal alert limit. Good stuff. So RNAV any sensor. Okay, VRDME. We need either VRDME or DME in use. Okay. For SBAS procedures, we need, for sure, GPS to be available. DME required. That's gotta be, let's go ahead and colon. For DME required, we need this DME in use. Actually, we should be able to just get away with a lower precision sensor. We could supplement by GPS, since that is always higher integrity. So I'm going to stack them like this. They're going to be essentially sorted by approach quality. GPS or DME required. For this guy, it's effectively the same as this guy here, DME required. GPS required is the same as SBAS. DME not required. The hell's that mean? What is HPL? HL does it tell you? Horizontal alert and horizontal precision limit. So the horizontal precision limit is the lateral limit advertised by the SBAS network, and that's where the SBAS network guarantees you're going to be within a certain deviation. And if the precision of the GPS receivers, the precision of the GPS signal exceeds that, you're going to get an alert. And the alert limit is declared by the FMC itself based on approach phase. So if you are outside of the approach phase, obviously you're away from the airport, there is no alert limit. And if you are If you are inside of, like, let's say RMP 0.3, then your alert limit is 0.3 nautical miles. How did you get into aircraft development? Duck, that's a little bit complicated. I'm a software developer by training anyway, so it doesn't really make, yeah. DME not required. That I'm not entirely sure. Let's just skip that. That's just not really telling me any useful data. GPS required, DME not available. Okay. Actually, GPS required, DME not available. I need to look that up because I'm not entirely sure what that stands for. Now, go to info doc. No, hang on, that's not in there. Wrong folder. It's going to be next dev, CL650 per systems, source, PL21 doc, source, airing 417, 424, route qualifiers, approach route qualifier. Approach route qualifier is in reference 517, 5.7. That's too far. Too far. 5.7. Here we go. Okay. And airport, no. Approach. Qualify field number 1. Here we go. Airport approach. Airport approach. And let's have a look inside of airrec.h. Route qualifier number 1. Yeah, DJ asks these guys here. GPS required, DME to RMP XX not authorized. Okay. DME not required for procedure. Okay, yeah, so it was that what I thought, but it doesn't really mean anything much to me. The required DME required. That's gonna be up here. DME required. That's effectively the same for us because we have no difference between those. So enjoy the rest of the stream. Have a good one. Posted a pic. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Really helpful. Cool. RMP AR. So for RMP AR, a straight segment between F8 final approach point and runway. Curve segments. Approach. Okay, so yeah, basically just a curved segment. RMP AR, if RMP value for misapproach is less than 1 nautical mile is required. Difference between DME and DME. So DME would be if you were basically required to do dual coordination or dual multilateration from 2 DME sources. There are systems like the SIVA, which can use a single DME source for positional updates. In that case, it would not be DME updating, it would just be regular DME updating, just one DME. That is less, there's obviously not accurate across the line of measurement. It's only accurate in the radius of measurement. So let's bring up this guy here. I'm going to unpause it so we can actually see. So what the SIVA can do is it can use a single DME source for positional updating. Let's say you're flying at like, to the northeast. What it will do is it'll update itself in one axis only. And as you progress, it'll update itself. Obviously, as you're flying by the DME, it's going to keep updating gradually more the other axis as well. But that takes time. It is less accurate than dual DME updating, which basically uses an instantaneous measurement from 2 separate DME sources. That's what that's what a single DME update requirement would be. Make sense? So DME requirement is not about DME needed to identify fixed approach. Yes, at least that's how I understand it. It might not be. Hang on, stand by. Let me check. I might be talking crap here. You're kind of making sense. Keep thinking about this as a... No, not that. Again, fuck my face. Source, PL21, doc. That one there. DME required for procedure. You're right. Already FAA terps. Approach type exists, so yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So DME required in that case doesn't really apply to us. We don't care. DME required would only be the one that applies to us. VOR DME RNAV. Yeah. Okay, that one's clear. RNAV any sensor. Good stuff. Check approach available. Okay, and there's an additional requirement that I was just made aware of by Graham. That for the RMP value for the misapproach is less than 1 nautical mile is required FAA for RMP AR. Okay, so that means is RMP AR. Okay, and if we're looking for the misapproach, now the Challenger or the Collins has a mode called RMP AR MA. Good question whether that qualifies as RMP AR. Let's have a look at it like this. Want missed and in missed, and we can actually read the RMP requirement. There we go. If leg RMP is less than nautical mile 1. Let's go like that. Just to make sure the comparison is okay. Return true. So good. I'm gonna keep these. I'm gonna throw these as comments in there to be able to make sure that I track them. Okay, reload. I think I recompiled. I didn't. Actually, I did. Apparently, I did. Maybe I didn't. We reloaded anyway, so that's all good. Okay. There we are. So we approach LNAV VPath EPU eval 0.02 just because we swapped in. Still says approach not available. How's the coding on this guy then? Approach not available. Apper not avail. Okay, check Apper avail. Break FMC subsystem AP control 486. And what is your route qualifier? It is nothing. Oh, inverted condition. Should have been the other way around. Alrighty. Fly, and let's see what happens. And hopefully the message is going to be gone. Yes. No more approach not available. That is what we wanted. Hello. Do I propagate the PRDAT structure through everything there? That's the question. So to be sure, I'm just going to quickly make sure we grab it again. And I'm going to check that there's actually stuff in there. PR leg, PR dat. LNAV, VNAV, level none. None, route qualifier, nothing. Okay, so let's go ahead and compare R22. And do we have a PR data structure there? Yes, we do. So we definitely should have actually... I might need to check whether I'm propagating this data structure through everything on the procedure. PR append procedure line, PR dat record. PR dat can be known. Subsequent legs up to the missed approach beginning on the runway, whichever comes first. When we've entered this, we zero out the PR dat record, avoid writing to any subsequent legs. Store a copy of the PR dat record and procedure itself as well. It contains important info such as the service level, blah, 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 blah. Actually, instead of looking at the approach leg, no, hang on. Where do I store that? Procedure approach PR dat. Yeah, thanks. Parse PR dat line. And do I copy this into the legs themselves? That's just a parser. Yeah, parsing. PR dat record rec. And that's finalized procedure. Okay, finalize proc. Finalize proc. PR dat. Do we even store anything there? PR dat equals. And procedure line. PR dat records. It's kind of an extra word here. Mem copy empty PR dat. For a copy of the PR dat procedure as well. Cool. Empty PR dat. Right. Yeah, okay, so I need to actually fetch the correct leg. So approach leg, instead of fetching the first one, we should be fetching one from final approach. Fetch nearest approach leg, find nearest approach leg anyway. Okay, so that needs to go under IAPS, FMC 6200. Find nearest approach leg. FAF or post FAF. There we go. Flight Sim Guy 21, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. So, and let's see, bool found FAF false, and not post FAF or found FAF or past FAF. Right, okay. And if this is no longer an approach, then we definitely have not passed the final approach fix. And if the leg DC3 is the misapproach start, FMS ARAC. Lurking mesmerized. Yeah, sometimes I am as well. Misapproach point. If DC3 is the missed approach, no, hang on, no, not missed approach. We want the DB FAF, the DB final approach, that database final approach fix. Past FAF is true. Okay, and find a nearest approach. That's gotta be like that. Update RMP alert approach leg. That's not relevant here. Oh, hang on. Okay, so that's true. This is for the time being going to be false. Did FMS Apper. Okay. And it's going to have to recompile a bunch of code, and obviously it's going to have mistakes in there because I have changed some stuff. Bool found FAF. It's not found, it's passed here. Okay, whatever. Passed FAF. There we go. And there's another one that needs updating. Arrival data. False. Actually, you know what? That could be true. Yeah, I'll leave it as this. 2393. Does this guy rely on PR data info? Like parent. You know what? I could just bypass the whole problem here. I didn't need to modify this. Yeah, I didn't need to modify this at all. Screw this whole stupid approach. And instead, so not that, not that. I'm needlessly complicating it. Okay, so we'll make sure it recompiles back to the original state. And it does. Okay, find nearest approach leg. And so check approach available. And instead of that, we're going to go to parent PRDAT. Yes. Check approach available. And this for sure should be an approach leg. So approach leg parent type is RL approach. We want to make sure that that is met as a conditional. Good stuff, good stuff. And in here, we also want to make sure that that's the case. It's going to go down below that. And route qualifier is going to be coming from parent PRDAT. Okay, 460. You are unhappy about what again? It has no member named PRDAT. I'm sure it does somewhere. PRDAT. So that's instead of nav proc. Oh, right, crapperino. Right, yeah, it isn't there. Well, back we go. Re-implement it again. Bool post faf, bool past faf, false, and not post faf or past faf if leg DC3 is DB faf. If it is the published missed approach, then we have passed the final approach fix is true. If leg parent type is not RL approach, a NorCal pilot, welcome aboard. And this is no longer true. Okay, we are on the parent on an approach. We are after we are either not required past the FAF or we have already passed it. Required post FAF. That's got to be more clear. And I got to break the line here. Require post final approach fix, or we have already passed the final approach fix. Good stuff. Find nearest approach leg. Good. And actually, no. Final end, final center fix, initial approach fix. Yeah, this will do. Find nearest approach leg. True. This will be then. Have a hang on. How did that work before? It was in arrival data. Find nearest approach leg. Ah, crap, I'm an idiot. Yeah, okay, well, we're going to vacuum it out again. For the time being, I'm just going to duplicate this code so I don't lose my mind. And we're going to delete it eventually if it actually don't need it. Okay, past final approach fix. There we go. And the problem here is find a nearest approach leg. Fuck this. Fuck this. Okay, so we want to go up in here. It's parent type and it's approach PRDAT. That's just the mistake I had here. It was parent approach PRDAT route qualifier 1. Almost there. too few arguments to function. And the reason is I got this backwards. Yeah, the dock posted by Pilsner's identifies the construction of RF legs inside of final approach to final rollout point, which is RMP or a specific procedural allowance, but not a requirement. What's happening right now is so relatable. Okay. Fingers crossed. Hang on. Right, delete, continue, reload. Okay, let's go. And let me just quickly check the code here. 486. Yeah. So approach leg. Now hang on, this is not the correct code. Up, down. Okay. Approach leg route qualifier 1 is a U, which U AirRack info RT qual 1 U would be RNAV any sensor. Good stuff. So this is actually looking like a good valve structure. Yeah, we are LNAV, VNAV, neat, U and S. Good stuff. So RNP arm, V path, coming down. Still says approach not available. Why are you saying that? Check if approach available. So RNAV any sensor. So FMC VOR DME in uses. The hell? Oh, right, it's pause. Do I have DME in use? No. FMC pause IRS in use. Ah, right, yeah, hang on. It's just getting its shit together. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it sorted itself. This is the reload. Okay, GPS not available. GNSS disabled. Who cares? Slow down. Alrighty. Yes, I know GNS is not available. Get lost. Good stuff. Sweet. The problem is, of course, at this point I've realigned the IRSs because of me reloading the airplane, so it's not really going to be super representative of the navigational behavior. Prog. Yeah, it's radio, DME, IRS. What are you looking like for position accuracy? VOR DME is actually more accurate right now. And 0.271 there. Yeah, it's getting a little bit pissy just because of the fact that this guy's ever so slightly on a different course. Why is my flight director comparator that fussy though? I think there's like a limit of miscompare.
2500.
That's gonna be... The DME nav identification is new. This? No, that's been there for a long time. I might need to retune this because the flight director is gonna be pissing me off. It's just because of the fact that this guy's ever so slightly to the other side, so he's getting a little bit pissy there with the course correction. And since, you know, if I go ahead and do this manually a little bit, you'll get him back in. Maybe he'll be happy then. Yeah, GPS receiver is available again. Yeah, well, pretty different. I mean, they're like just about on the edge of being different enough. They're about two degrees away. The other I was blind so far. Gotta check.
1000.
All right, yeah, you might want that. Yep, EFIS miscompare. Problem is in approach mode they go into dual independent guidance mode, and that's to mess the whole thing up.
500.
The solution here is not trivial.
Approaching minimums. Too low. Terrain.
What are you talking about?
Minimums. Too low. Terrain.
Ah, right, yeah, flaps. Oops.
Set go around thrust. Positive rate. Go around thrust set. Flaps 20. Gear up. Set FMS nav. Set FLC 200 knots. Ready for immediate return checklist.
Okay. VLS cap. Flaps up. Good stuff. I'm not sure how I'm going to resolve the flight directors being different, because, I mean, that's what they do. They do want you to be... Problem is when they've got different positions. Ever so slightly. And they naturally will. The only fix there that I can see, sorta, basically just to reduce their willingness to steer back. Let me think about this. FMC subsystem, AP control, LNAV. LNAV approach gain, yeah, as an FMC airframe. LNAV approach gain. Good question. How do we resolve that? How do we resolve it in a manner that won't break everything else? I have had EFIS miscompares and flight director differences in RMP approach into E190. Funny thing is, it happens in our level D sim very often. Interesting. Oh, I didn't know that. I mean, there might be well, my case here, what I'm doing is I'm flying, let me go fix those. Maybe. What I'm doing here is I'm flying, let's see, hang on, is this whole coded as ICAO? It isn't. Resume 210. So the only problem I have here is I'm flying currently with no GNSS enabled anyway. You know what, we'll turn on the local jammer here just for extra spiciness. Gotta make it a different day though, probably. We'll go to here, and let's see if the guy powers up on the 6th. He does not. What about on the 7th? Nope. 8th. Only about a 10% chance I think that this guy's gonna come on. 9th. Oh, come on. Man, I'm just having all kinds of bad luck here. There's one down there active today. Finally. I don't know anything about a Challenger, but if it's DME VOR on approach during independent FMS ops, it happens. Yeah. Yes, that is essentially the situation here. Okay, finally, this guy's GNS is not available. Oh, progress. IRS. EPU 0.18. EPU 0.14 for these guys. 0.12. 13. And these guys have DME IRS currently available. Well, in that case, I mean, if it ain't that big of a deal, I'll just leave it. Cross pointer. Why the hell not? And doesn't the E190 also have... No, hang on. No, E190 has Honeywell systems. Honeywell avionics. I think, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Well, in that case, I consider that mission accomplished. Let's go ahead and do a procedure entry here. Make it bigger. It's easier to read. Actually going to take the glare down a little bit here. I'll try another approach here. With a bunch of drift on them. On the inertial nav systems. We're not too far off though at this point. And then again, it's mostly driven by the radio nav solutions. Okie doke. Actually watching this wide-eyed. As I said, IRL, I didn't see it, but in the sim, it happens very, very often. Of course, on a PBN currency check. So, I mean, in IRL flying, you would generally not have GPS loss. In this case, what I'm simulating is lost GPS signal. So, yeah, that kind of deal. No, that's the thing. Oh, so even with GPS loss, you would have okay guidance. Interesting. A couple of GPS losses back on the A320 near Tel Aviv. Never had a downgrade. Oh well, you might have you flown an ILS or an RMP approach though. That's the thing is, in this case, well, I'm doing a RMP approach with no GPS signal into Cyprus Larnaca. So, yeah, pretty much the same source of jamming probably as you. RNAV non-GPS DME. Interesting. Interesting indeed. In that case, reloading VNAV config. Let me quickly check one parameter here. LNAV approach gain. Break FMC subsys AP control LNAV.c, and we want to go to line 957 and print. Give it that. Okay, now they reload. Come on, it's turning back. Okay, on the hold. Okay, well, reselect the approach. RNAV22 via BOSYS. Let's go up to like 5K. And I'm gonna go direct BOSYS here. Execute. Like 6, actually. Why the hell not? We got the power to play with it. Plenty of fuel, actually. After this approach, I'm gonna wrap it up, and yeah. I gotta go to get dinner and stuff. So, what was my actual approach altitude? Yes, gonna be our cruise altitude 6,000. Fall straight into this, didn't say a proper hello, been a while. Welcome. Hope you're doing well. Alrighty. Kind of an overshoot there a little bit. Okey-doke. So how are they with respect to positional integrity with each other? They are very close to each other on the LNAV path. Wondering how soft I should make them to avoid that guidance error. Or make it very, very soft. Okay, 1.1. There we go. What am I saying? 1.1. It's nothing. Okay, let's time accelerate this forward a little bit. Okey-doke. And I go to approach. RMP arm. Yeah, he's a little bit different. He wants to steer more to the right. And the condition for FD miss compare. Yeah, it's just now. Just barely in the FD miscompare range. Two minutes to top a drop, 6 miles. KV out, and pretty soon we're going to start down. Coming up, coming up. Once this reaches just about short of 3 degrees, we're going to start down. That's the approach angle we want. SP 220. Yeah, so this guy's just barely 0.2 miles to the left there. Should I even make it more sensitive on an approach? I'm not entirely sure. There we go. Actually, what is the... Where did I pick up the criterion for the miscompares? Maybe my criterion is a little bit too strict. AFD, no, it's EFIS ICOMP, isn't it? EFIS... .h? ICOMP. AFD, PFD. Heading, pitch, roll miscompare. FD or roll miscompare is maximum deviation of 2 degrees. Is that correct? Where did I pick that up? Good question, nobody knows. You have to check that. That is almost certainly this one, this one. Alrighty. That's your vocalizer, flight slope, radio, flight director. Perhaps my flight director command comparator is a bit too stringent. Alrighty, coming into final approach here. Flaps 20. What is the condition for a miscomparative challenge? The difference between nav computers, position and gradient. The miscompares, there's a trillion different comparators that are operating. One of them is the flight director command miscompare. See? So the one guy on the left here, on the right here, so being a little bit stringent. So the flight directors are not commanding a different role command. And they're off by ever so slightly. More fancy logic bugs. Sort of, I guess. I mean, I need to check what the condition is for the miscompare exactly. Chances are I've got it too stringent. Yep. Have a good one, Captain Crash. I'm going to wrap it up here as well. So this is going to be our final landing. So for that, I guess I could just go ahead and compute the proper approach speeds. There, 120. Hopefully the fuel in the FMS matches everything. Should have started slowing down a while ago.
1,000.
So, landing lights. Flaps 45. Thrust reversers armed. Speed brake stowed. Auto. Gear down through green. Good stuff. Okay. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it's aiming for about there. onto the sidelines. But so far 0.29, just barely on the edge of 0.3 for the accuracy required. So I'm not getting a approach not available or don't do this kind of a message so far.
Approaching minimum.
And we are guidance BOR DME IRS. EPU 0.3. It's a 2.75 degree slope. Interesting. What's that guy saying? Yeah, they're off a little
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
bit. There we go. Plump it down. Okay. Go away, flight directors. And yeah, let's wrap it up here.
Before landing checklist, after landing checklist complete.
No, not complete. You're gonna do it again.
After landing checklist. Landing pulse recog lights. Off. Anti-collision lights. Off. Continuous ignition. Off. Windshield heat. Off. Pros. Off. Wing anti-ice. Off. Cowl anti-ice.
Required.
Spoilers. Stowed. Flaps. 0. ATC TCAS. Alt on. Radar mode. Standby.
Hey.
After landing checklist complete.
Everybody,
Engine shutdown checklist next.
take care. Have a good one. We'll wrap it up here, and I'll talk to you in the future again. So yeah. Cool, folks. And I'll see you on Discord. Bye.